playoffs in the NBA, and then the organization's going to say, we got one more year with this, we can figure this out. It's never going to happen.
But what if they did? What if they didn't make the playoffs though?
But they're saving Embiid for.
What if I told you they were saving Embiid for the playoffs that they actually didn't get into?
Yes. Capture the flag.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles. But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, you betrayed me. Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
If you want a first-class, top-of-the-line, high-quality interior remodeling job, you know who I'm going to suggest. Collier & Thompson. Known for their kitchen and bathroom remodels, Collier & Thompson is where you go when you want your remodeling job done right the first time. Collier & Thompson doesn't just do large remodeling jobs. They do plenty of man caves, bars, offices, pretty much anything inside your home. Check out their 10,000-square-foot showroom next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House on Manchester. Let them bring your dream remodel to reality. CollierandThompson.com.
Coverage on 101 ESPN is presented by Under Law Injury Lawyers. Visit getjim.com or call 314 or 618-900,000 for a free consultation. Under Law Injury Lawyers.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
a lot of company,
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you've
got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
I got a line.
He got a line.
She got a line. We got 4 lines. Cricket Nation, Q finger guns, really easy, super stress-free. 5G so fast, like blazing fast. Games and memes, you'll have a blast. You can get fast 5G across 4 lines. You can get fast 5G across 4 lines. As we discuss, take it from us. We 4 are 1 Cricket Nation.
And only $25 a line. Welcome to more lines.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Timothy Michael McKernan, Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the phone lines. This is the Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. And Doug, we've got a Jim Dandy for you on this one.
What do we have?
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Jackson Burkett and what is a printed out dossier for you two, and I guess a dossier in the cloud for me.
You have to request it, Tim. You need to request the printout.
And he makes it nice and warm for you to, Doug, warm your hearts on a chilly Wednesday morning in St. Louis.
When I was in grade school, the teacher would mimeograph the quizzes or texts and hand them out, and they were like hot off the press, and people would immediately start smelling them, and kids were getting high in second and third grade off the mimeograph ink.
Good old days.
That's what it makes me remember.
Martin, you'll hear that on the drops of the week.
It's like a public school hot towel.
Mm-hmm.
Public school hot towel. The old kind of purple print almost.
Yeah, you remember that? Yeah. The paper was warm.
Do you snort this one, bro?
I didn't snort this. I did not snort this one.
You guys are going to want to snort this dossier today.
Oh, wow. He's really happy with his wife.
He's beaming.
I like the stocking cap today, by
Thank
the way.
you, Tim.
You like that look, Martin? I know you're
do.
in the Alliance, but Cousin John's thinking about selling some of his stock. No, handbound.
I'm a big knit cap guy.
Yeah. So, in Canada, they call them toques.
How about that? Listen, Mr. Hockey over there.
And we have a couple fine Canadian guests on this program today.
Oh,
Jeremy Rutherford, South Canada.
That's correct.
Yes. Arnold's always been called South Canada. No, today we'll have Jamie Rivers on at 8 a.m. talking Blues hockey. Mm-hmm. A lot to discuss there. And then at 8:30, fresh off his return to the ice, Robert Thomas will be on this program at 8:30 a.m.
This is a program where newsmakers drop by at any time.
Yeah, John Kelly kind of broke the story yesterday, didn't he?
He did,
yeah.
And I heard him say it, and I was like, I didn't know that was live. And sure enough, there he was out on the ice last night against the Wild.
4 weeks after a broken ankle?
27 days to be exact.
How much time do you guys think you'd miss if you had a broken ankle?
About 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd probably shut her down for a little while. I'd focus on chipping and putting and try to improve my strokes gained around the green.
Albert Pujols did the same thing. Remember, he had I don't know if it was a broken wrist or a broken ankle, and he was out like 10 days. These guys are superhuman.
What do you mean, man?
I didn't know you had that in your...
I don't really... We do it a lot at the office. We'll just say, like, what do you mean, man? Because
Rich Gould would do it with you.
If he didn't like a question, he'd say, what do you mean, man? Like, how did the game go tonight? What do you mean, man? I need Calvin to tell us some updates with his interactions with Albert over the years. I would have enjoyed that.
Cal May can drop by anytime, just like those of you in the audience on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt is ready to man them. You like that, Doug? You ready to man the lines?
I don't think you have to man a lot of lines.
314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And you can listen to the program and podcasts like the Dickens anytime you want via the Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. Also the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app. Two separate apps. Watch the program on YouTube, TMA STL YouTube channel, and the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. We got a hearty dossier today.
What's that? I don't know.
I mean, outside of the guests, three substantial topics that I'm looking forward to delving into. Last night's festivities at Enterprise Center, certainly. An article in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch that I could already sense in the hashtag pre-show meeting. Martin was ready to move it to what we call segment 7-1 when I started reading from the Post-Dispatch this morning on what to do with the Rams' money, and a private entity arguing with a public entity of the St. Louis city government as to what to do with it. So we have that for you, in addition to the college football playoff rankings and a host that I sent a podcast audio to Jackson before the show, and Jackson was stunned by it. And Doug, I think you're even going to be more confused when you hear it. So that's what we have for. I mean, I just think I got better at teasing.
Okay.
So beware. It's a hearty dossier.
Okay.
Went to the Blues game last night. Robert Thomas back out on the ice. Took the 7-year-old, took the 2-year-old, took my wife celebrating 13 years of loving, Martin. Just loving.
Do you think Robert Thomas played because he knew you were going?
I was wondering that, and we will ask him that specific question at 8:30.
And he'll say, what are we doing here?
That's exactly what he said last week.
Did you leave after 2 periods?
It was just wonderful. The 2-year-old was so excited about going to the game. Yeah. He had positioned himself in not even the aisle, the stairs on the way up, which I know fans really were delighted to have to walk around that. And then began watching. I think the name of the show for you parents of young children is Steve and Maggie. Steve and Maggie.
No, they're on Y98. That's different.
And he was enjoying that once the second period rolled around. And then when my wife asked to have the phone back for a moment, all hell broke loose at about the halfway point of the second period, began screaming, tantrum. This wasn't me. This was the 2-year-old. And she said, okay, that's enough. And at that moment, we headed out, Doug, midway through the second period. Everything was trending really well. I thought, wow, we could last the whole 3 periods here. But, yeah, we had to bolt. And so I watched the end back at the home office.
Didn't your older child, wasn't he upset that he had to go?
Oh, they left him.
And the surprise is that we were carrying, and I saw some listeners, including the guy who always wants to text in and slide tackle Jackson. I think his name's slide tackling Tyler. Remember him? He's a balloon party guy?
Yeah.
Oh, Jackson's.
Why would he want to slide tackle him?
That's the tough part. It's like, oh, it's nice to see you, but you wanted to physically assault my boy. It's like kind of tough.
So I'm walking past, carrying the 2-year-old into the building, and he goes, Tim, what's up? Tell Jackson I'm going to slide tackle him. And I go, oh, slide tackling Tyler.
Oh. That's not a normal interaction.
So this could happen at any time in public when you don't even know what this guy looks like, and he's just going to come sliding up behind you.
What would you do if someone all of a sudden decleated you while you're just standing like in line to get a cheeseburger or something?
Is he angry with you?
I don't know. I don't know what I did.
There are a number of 101 listeners who were very down on Jackson's anti-hockey stance, and I think that's probably at the core of it. So I'm carrying the 2-year-old out of the building, and people are saying, hey. And I'm like, oh, God bless, but the child is fighting aggressively. We get to the vehicle, and the 7-year-old goes, Dad, I'm sorry you have to deal with this. And I go, you know what?
What a mature thing to say.
What a mature thing, because you were the same a-hole about 3 years ago. But you know what? God bless you. So, yes, I watched the rest of the festivities at home, and once again, another late third period, unfortunate set of circumstances.
Yeah, gave up 3 in that final stanza. This Kirill Kaprizov, I about had it with him.
I mean, you want to come after him?
You going to slide tackle him if you see him?
If I'm in skates. He kills the Blues every time they play him, doesn't he? He's really a heck of a player.
Well, then Hartman scores every time.
Yeah, Hartman got the opening goal.
And I heard Kerber say, keep an eye on Hartman. He goes, that's his 13th goal against the Blues.
Just 4th on the season, but yes, he has been a Blues killer. And Doug, would you describe that first goal as one you'd like to have back, Jordan?
Well, we'd like to have that one back, Jordan. You'd like to corral that one. It was a softie. And it still wound up not in the net, but in the back of the net. That's what you have to say every time it's a goal to back.
Blues were 5-3, feeling pretty good. Since then, 3-8-1. That's not. I know we're the home of the Blues. I won't say it's not good. I'll just say.
Oh, you're going to hold some rights.
Yeah, I'm just going to say.
It's pretty good for this time of year.
I think they're playing well. They're just not getting that puck luck. They're actually not playing as poorly as losing 6 of 7 would indicate. But we'll get the experts on. We'll get their take.
Doug, you're a big goal differential guy.
Yeah. And I'm seeing that's second worst in the whole Western Conference.
Now, of course, they've had 2 wonderful 8-1 experiences, which certainly tilts it a bit, but we can't discount them. And that leads to a -20 goal differential. One of the core issues is 49 goals, but then 69 goals against. And I think overall, if you were to look back at the last month in particular, opportunities to at least get it into overtime and pick up some points, and then they're not able to capitalize and give up a late goal. And alas, there you are. Plus, what can often be a tradition, Jordan Kyrou with the net empty, and he can't keep the puck in the offensive zone. And there's that guy that you don't like and you want to hold accountable, getting the empty netter for his second goal tonight.
Right. He's got 13 on the year now. The Blues have barely scored 13 goals all season. Yeah, that was sarcastic. I couldn't be any sorry for what I just said.
Well, you're holding yourself
This
accountable.
is our club with the home of the Blues. I've got to knock it off with that. We'll get it turned around. It's a long season, Timmy.
You know what you do? You learn the lesson and you leave the event. Tim, you aware of that quote? That's from Coach Drink on a Tuesday. They had Toughness Tuesday yesterday. But he said in order to get past the South Carolina game, they told the team, learn the lesson, leave the event. I don't really know what that means.
I was about to ask. That was my follow-up question.
I wrote it down. I thought that's what we're going to hold on to if the Blues lose, and they did. I said, learn the lesson, leave the event. I think it's a fancy way of saying you got to move forward.
Now, who's that an impression?
That's Coach Spags.
That was Spags.
Coach,
you caught that impression?
I did, yeah.
You always said we're moving forward. Coach, you just
but
gave
they never really moved forward.
No, but after every game, you'd say, Coach, you gave up 300 yards rushing, you lost 40-10. We're already on to next week. But the game just ended. We're on to next week.
We'll get to the bright roof, Daddy!
Learn the lesson. Leave the event.
You pretty much have to leave the event because they'll throw you out of the stadium at some point.
You're literal here.
Yeah.
Okay. They literally left South Carolina. They did leave the event.
I had to leave the event midway through the event last night.
Did you learn the lesson?
I did learn the lesson.
Don't bring the kids ever again.
That's what I was
Don't have kids,
thinking.
right, Kurt?
Yeah, Chairman Kurt, anti-kid, anti-dog?
No, very pro-dog.
Jackson's the anti-dog. We have an anti-kid. We have an anti-dog.
I'm pro-love.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
I will say, if anybody slide tackles Jackie, I might punch him in the face. It's that simple.
Yeah, we're rocking together.
Yeah.
You dropped the mitts.
Can I ask a question?
I am taking questions. Doug does not.
No.
I think sometimes he takes them around 10:30, but you're already out with the thing,
later.
so you miss out the chance to ask Doug. Maybe you can text it in.
Does Chairman Kurt, and part of his duty appears to be TMA forensics, if we need some research done?
I mean, that's Chairman Kurt and Buck Swope.
It feels like they'll do the digging. And this is a serious project. I would
what
like
do we have?
someone. Ali Marmol received a third-place vote for manager there. I would like to know.
I actually think that could be a case for the second story of today.
I'm just asking,
you want to delve into?
I want to know who did it. Because I'm
Keith
curious.
Law, I think I saw. It was Keith Law.
Really?
Yeah, that's what somebody texted anyway.
Well, I feel like that's a joke because he was the one who voted against Wainwright in the Cy Young and ticked off the skipper
He's
to no
the guy.
end.
God, I don't think either of you were on the show. Martin, this was after you had left. It was right after the Cardinals won the World Series, and Doug, you were not on the show yet. We had what is known by longtime TMA listeners, and this is capitalized, the Fesco experiment. And Keith Law was a guest on the program. And the Cardinals had just won the World Series, and he was on and making the case that the Cardinals were not a good team. It was a very strange conversation. Is that Keith Law right there?
Tired of it.
No, that's Bob Fesco. He had a 6-month run on the program. But the conversation was based on the Cardinals were a statistical outlier to win the World Series in 2006. The conversation was either asinine or ahead of its time, depending on your perspective on analytics. I don't know. But Keith Law has oftentimes been one to get criticized by the casual fan as he likes to be the smartest guy in the room. So I don't know if this is his way of saying, let me make a statement by being the smartest guy in the room, and I will select an asinine perspective on the Manager of the Year vote and give Ali Marmol third.
Well, it would fit with that definition, but it could also fit as a joke on this show that somebody would text that in.
It's tough to know. That's why we need Chairman Kurt's forensics.
Thank you.
Chairman Kurt, have you been able to delve in?
I'm reaching out to Mr. Law right now to try to get to the bottom of it.
Wow. That's off the brand for this show.
Doug, did you seriously read it somewhere, or was it a text for the show?
No, I saw it on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Well, that's true.
It has to be true.
Was it from Keith Law himself?
I don't know who it was from.
Right.
If somebody's complaining that he was the guy who voted for Ali Marmol.
I only follow Ella Reese, so if she didn't tweet it, I have no idea.
Okay.
If somebody has the information, feel free to call in. Maybe Stephen in Festus has the information. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson. Doug, would you have voted Ali Marmol third?
I probably not. He almost beat out Dave Roberts, who won the World Series. He got 3 third-place votes. Marmol got 1.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Now, so for purpose of clarification, the Heisman Trophy, damn near anybody. Do any of you guys vote for that, by the way?
No, I think Frank has a vote.
I mean, so many people have votes for the Heisman Trophy.
Right.
For Manager of the Year, it's not Heisman Trophy volume-esque. It's more of a narrow pool of voters. Because the Heisman Trophy is, you can just have a blog that no one's reading and get a vote. But with this, it's a different deal. It's a limited number of votes.
30 members of the Baseball Writers Association.
So I saw that and I was thinking, what in the hell? Am I missing something? I was trying to think back to the magical campaign. And was there something that would indicate that of all of the managers in the National League, that he would get the third place vote?
That jumped out at me in the fact that Pat Murphy was a dominant winner over Mike Schild. I thought, well, they both did a nice job. Pat Murphy got 27 first place votes, and I guess they have a lesser roster than the Padres, even though San Diego had a lot of departures. That surprised me, but I saw that Marmol third place vote, and I said, I need to know more. That's it.
The thing about these votes, and I'm curious if you guys would agree with this, is essentially it's a vote for whoever surpassed preseason predictions. I don't really know how much. Like, for example, in the college football coach of the year, I would imagine it's pretty obvious that it's going to be Cignetti. Right.
Well, Joe Buck has a vote. That's why.
Oh, that's the reason?
Yeah.
And is he the only vote? Or
He's
is this
the only
like
vote.
Heisman Trophy where there's 500 people voting? So when it comes down to actually strategic moves and or having to manage a roster through injuries, I don't really know how much is accounted for versus what a team's preseason predictions were and where they wound up at the end of the year. And I think in that sense, it's a flawed vote. And I'm not even getting into the Marmol getting a third place vote conversation.
There's a narrative that's created before the season begins, and therefore the vote is based upon that.
Correct. That's where I'm coming from on it. Doug, I feel like you're in delve mode.
I was trying to find an official list of who voted for who, and I can't find it, but maybe they don't have to publicize who they voted for.
Well, that's why we have the forensics department.
Yeah. And that's Chairman Kurt.
He's got a good... I'm going to give him a 2-hour and 44-minute swath here to figure this out.
I think they probably got it right with Pat Murphy winning.
Yeah.
I mean, the Brewers had a lot of no-name players and had a terrific season, so it's hard to argue with that.
They never had a manager of the year before. Did you know that? I would thought Craig Counsell would have won once. Yeah. Maybe Tommy Treblehorn.
What about Harvey's Wallbangers?
Harvey Keene? No, apparently not. First time ever.
You can give your thoughts on the Blues and what transpired last night by texting in or calling in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And Robert Thomas will be with us on the program coming up at 8:30 as he made his return to the ice last night. The story that I candidly am most intrigued by and I think has the largest, Doug, do you like this term, macro impact?
No, I don't like it at all. Don't use that.
I think that's
macro. Just say a big impact. How about that?
But I mean, it does have the largest impact for the
biggest
most
impact
amount of time versus a Tuesday night game against the Wild or Ali Marmol.
Are you flaunting that U-high?
It's a little. It's a Jesuit thing, I think. You might not be aware of this, but the city of St. Louis is having an argument about what to do with this Rams money that they got.
Well, one thing we can be sure of, they'll get it wrong.
And there is a new article in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch on it, an argument going on, and we will have that conversation for you coming up on the other side.
I might go full Fesco on that one.
Oh, you might start screaming?
Yes.
Oh, good. All right. Well, that's coming up. That's next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Great thing about being a member of a credit union, you're one of the owners of that said bank. That's right. There's no profits. They're rolled right back into the credit union itself, meaning you benefited. Right now, Together Credit Union wants to have you look at your auto loan. Want to get a new rate or buy a new car, used car, hybrid, electric car. This holiday season, some folks like to get a new vehicle in time for the holidays, and make sure you get a great rate on that auto loan. Together Credit Union offering competitive interest rates, flexible terms that other leaders in St. Louis just don't have. No application of fees. You can apply for an auto loan with Together Credit Union. Do it easily online. Fill out that application or visit one of their 14 area Together Credit Union auto loan specialists or at the dealership itself. Together Credit Union is partnered with auto dealers throughout this metro area to ensure that you get the rate you deserve. to make sure things are affordable. Get a great rate. Work with Together Credit Union. You can find them by visiting togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA. Together Credit Union, another great offer from them. Low interest rates for your next automotive purchase.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And I read from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch this morning. The chief of the region's main business lobby says the private sector is prepared to more than double a $100 million public investment in downtown infrastructure and buildings outlined in new legislation to allocate the city's $250 million share of the Rams relocation settlement. The commitment was included in a letter Greater St. Louis, Inc. CEO Jason Hall sent to St. Louis Board of Aldermen President Megan Green on Monday as part of an ongoing back and forth between the two leaders over how to distribute the Rams settlement windfall. While much of the letter defends Greater St. Louis's plan to quickly invest the money, the commitment from the private sector adds another wrinkle to the political negotiations heating up against the backdrop of a looming race for mayor. Quote, as we have been doing, the business community is prepared to match an investment of Rams dollars in downtown St. Louis by at least a 2-to-1 to expand the catalytic potential of these funds, Jason Hall wrote in his letter, which mostly pushed back against Megan Green's criticism of the plan and reiterated its concern that the Board of Aldermen was ignoring its proposal. The private spending commitment was news to Megan Green's office. Quote, this is the first time we've heard them suggest they'd come to the table with a match, her spokesperson said. A Greater St. Louis spokesman said the group had sent a letter to Mayor Jones' office last month to a private sector match to downtown investment. A spokesman for Jones confirmed the office had received the letter, but he said it contained few details about how Greater St. Louis would drum up the money. So, the private money. So there is what is going on with the Rams' money, and Greater St. Louis willing to match it. As they say, the priority needs to be downtown St. Louis. For the record, Megan Green did a public voting process by her office at the beginning of the year, and residents ranked water main replacements, traffic calming, city worker raises, and subsidized child care as their top 4 spending priorities. Downtown street and sidewalk infrastructure was ranked 5th per Megan Green's office.
Well, I would want to drive around town, Doug, and point over there and say, you see that water main replacement? Cronky paid for that. Showed him.
That'd be
Showed
nice.
him.
Yeah.
I think the bigger story is just the dysfunction. It's 2+ years now where this money has been talked about, debated. It's sat dormant for a while, and they'll finally, I think it was the Regional Sports Authority that runs it home. I think they're the ones who said, can we at least put it in the bank? Can we at least get some interest off this money?
How financially savvy do you have to be to think maybe we ought to invest some of that money and make it even grow?
It took a year for that to be decided. So they're fighting about how to spend it. But Greater St. Louis, which I believe they called it a lobby unit, is private business that is trying to keep downtown viable, and they're willing to throw that kind of money in there. I would say get to the table and figure it out.
But who can figure it out?
Well, nobody can. That's the problem.
Who do you trust down there to do it right?
I would also ask, I don't want to throw this conversation in a different direction, but there was tons and tons of COVID money. Where'd that money? Where is all this money going? Yeah. It seems the city has a million problems, and they seem to have about $1 billion to spend.
For the record, last week, 4 aldermen, 2 from the north side, 2 from the south side, and in part, Kara Spencer, who also has a ward that partially covers downtown St. Louis, held a press conference to announce they were sponsoring a bill backed by Greater St. Louis, which would earmark $130 million for streets, infrastructure, housing, and building rehabs in the poorest neighborhoods in North and Southeast St. Louis, and $102.5 million for similar projects in downtown St. Louis. So therefore, it would be splitting to cover both areas.
So the gist of it right now, I did not see the article, but Megan Green's office is basically saying they're not aware of this proposal from Greater St. Louis.
That's correct. And last Thursday accused Jason Hall of Greater St. Louis of sidestepping her office in the public hearing process by lobbying for its own bill. And Megan Green criticized the group for seeing, quote, itself and its interests above the many residents and stakeholder groups who spent months working with us in good faith to develop their ideas. She says among her many critiques was that downtown needs more than $100 million, and Greater St. Louis has pushed its spending plan, quote, without demonstrating any commitment to invest its own capital. Hall's letter on Tuesday was the most concrete promise from Greater St. Louis of a match. Again, a match. I mean, that's significant there for those funds. And Jason Hall's spokesman said the group would also help the city secure federal and other private funds to multiply the city's investment many times over. Quote, this type of public-private partnership is what we're seeing in cities with which St. Louis competes. Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and Denver, for example, which are making bold investments in themselves and in their futures. For the record, Hall also included an olive branch in his letter apologizing for surprising Megan Green with the infrastructure investment bill and suggesting that the two meet soon. Green's spokesman said her office was working to get that on the calendar so it could learn more about the private investment Greater St. Louis was dangling. Doug, we're seeing people coming together. Right. It's a magical time. You got Joe Scarborough going to visit Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and you got Jason Hall going to visit Megan Green in downtown St. Louis. Martin, welcome to the great unification.
I think it's important to just say, we'll try and get that on the calendar.
We'll try so many other more important things.
We'll try and get that on the calendar. They had how many town halls, and then there was an online survey. For the love of God, you're voted into office. Just make some decisions. Get it done. Figure it out. It can't be this hard.
Well, it's taken decades of this kind of inefficiency in government to get to St. Louis to where it is right now. This is what they've done to the city. It's not just the current people in there, but the ones that were there before them. It's just an absolute mess. I think the money ought to go in ways to help the entire community, not just certain private interest groups. I think the riverfront needs to be cleaned up. We've got this great historic riverfront. We've got the coolest monument in America, and it's just a mess down there. Nobody walks around down to our riverfront area anymore. You see what some other cities have done to the riverfront. Cincinnati, for one. Memphis is better than ours. All over the country, people have taken the riverfronts and turned them into show places. And ours is a place where you wouldn't dare be caught dead after dark.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's the focus of Greater St. Louis, their proposal, because Dave Peacock, which Tim asked the other day, I had him on the podcast, he's talking about the Greater St. Louis proposal, and they were trying to get folks aware of it. And he said, I'm going to try and get the math right, but he said downtown St. Louis generates 20% of city revenue, but gets 5% of the spending. Something along those lines, saying that money doesn't go back into downtown. And we're all saying, boy, downtown's a dump. What are we going to do about downtown? And he's saying, if you look at the money, the investment, it's not there. And that's one of the reasons they feel this money is so important. To your point, the riverfront is part of downtown. I don't know the specifics where. They also feel North St. Louis, you get a little past the Dome, highly neglected areas, and they're saying we need to reinvest some of that money. And I don't know how a Megan Green and a Jason Hall, you don't have to be in the paper or putting out press releases. How can they not be at the table right now? Go to Crown Candy right now. Andy will open up the doors early. Just figure it out.
Yeah. Well, they'll try to get it on the schedule if they can.
We'll try and get it on the schedule.
The most important thing is to restore law and order and make people feel safe to go down there. I know a lot of people who are telling me, well, people in my age group, maybe not so much the younger age group, who are saying they're just not going down there. They don't feel safe.
Jackson, you are part of a different age group. What are your peers' views on downtown? You even hang out there.
I'll hang out there this weekend.
Bottle service at Wheelhouse.
Saturday.
You were watching the Mizzou game downtown.
That's right. What was the name of the place you're at again?
Sports and Social, right next to BPV. Now, what detractors would say, like, well, you're only kind of going BPV, Busch Stadium area. And I don't think
Beyond that, is there anywhere where people hang out?
I mean,
big numbers?
That general area. Wheelhouse, what I would consider in that general area.
Kind of the Carlos Martinez perimeter.
Yeah.
That also would include Sauget.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, the perimeter there.
It stretches out. That's the number 18's circle there. So, yeah, not outside of that, not much. The city, a lot. But downtown itself, there's just not that much to do, you know?
But look at all the apartments going up near the West End that are right around the Cortex, St. Louis U, the giant buildings going up. So there is city activity. It does seem to be some growth. And I think around the soccer stadium, there are a lot of people that are so into soccer. They're starting to build around there. But now you get a couple blocks to the east of City Park, and that's where it starts to really get problematic. And I think that's what they're talking. I mean, Dave Peacock would probably come on and talk about this because he's a proponent of the greater St. Louis bid.
I would love to have that conversation. I was having a conversation with someone before the show this morning, about 6 a.m., about this article, about the status of where this is, because I think something that is incredibly important about this, and I think we're going to get Jason Hall on the show, but I think in fairness, then you get Megan Green on the show. That's the right thing to do. I've had Megan Green on my podcast multiple times, so I'd love to hear her perspective as well. This is what this person wrote to me to discuss on the program. Clearly, downtown should be the priority, in caps. Greater St. Louis is on the right track here, finally. But they've been an ineffective proponent of downtown. The decline has happened on its watch. No one has been really effective at supporting downtown since the dissolution of the defunct Downtown Partnership. The hollowing out of downtown will take a decade or more to rectify because tenants have left and signed long-term leases elsewhere, such as Clayton. Megan Green knows nothing about economic development. The mayor has been openly dismissive of the decline in downtown St. Louis. Jason Hall's primarily interested in self-promotion. Safety remains the primary concern. So there you go. So it's not like there is necessarily, a good guy, bad guy situation. You have a problem. And I suppose if you want to take something good from it, I don't think that there are too many people disagreeing now that there is a problem. The disagreement comes over how to solve the problem. But a couple decades ago, I would talk about this on this very show. And I would say, man, when I would travel around the country, when we go on the Rams trips in particular, because that's where we got to see, top tier American cities who would have NFL franchises. And I'd go, man, I didn't realize it because I wasn't really well traveled before that. Downtown St. Louis.
Shot at Columbia.
It is a little bit, and Little Rock for that matter. Downtown St. Louis is dreadful. My hope was that Ballpark Village, and I think this was Jack Buck's hope when he was talking about, you're going back to when he was kind of playing the role of the face of the campaign to get a new ballpark built. Would the residential impact of the new stadium would then have an economic impact well beyond people living down there, and it just hasn't happened. And I lived in downtown St. Louis from 2009 through 2012. Our offices for Inside STL were there from 2007 through 2016, and I took my family to City Museum earlier this year, which was right by where we lived on Washington Avenue, and it's stunning to see how different it is in a matter of a decade.
Yeah, it really is. I remember throughout the 90s and early 2000s working down there at Channel 4, a couple of us would oftentimes at lunch walk all the way to St. Louis Center, that mall that they had there, and the food courts were so busy you could hardly get a seat. And then almost overnight, it just died. It just completely went vacant to the point where they finally shut the whole thing down. And now I don't think it'd be a wise idea just to wander around the city of St. even during the daytime. There's hardly anybody there now.
There's also a citizens group, I'm going to get the name wrong, but it's Citizens for a Better Downtown, maybe. And I had the guy on KTRS when I was doing news talk, and he said, we're just concerned citizens. And they post the videos when there's lawlessness on a Friday or Saturday night, and you see all that video that plays out. They get these people to send it to them, and they keep posting. And I said, what is your ultimate goal? And they said, for the city to take us serious and like to do something about it. So I think you have multiple factions that are disenfranchised. The whole police shortage of officers, and Mike Keogh has said, we're going to take over the St. Louis Police Department, which is how it used to be. That's a whole other huge fight that's coming. As somebody who doesn't live in the city but goes downtown, Doug, you're talking about wanting to feel safe. I think that's the next big domino to fall is, can you get more officers? Can you have a more effective police department? One that is certainly, you know, they deserve more officers. I don't know how you get them. Is it just pay? But I think Mike Keogh has made that pretty high on his agenda.
Well, if they don't figure that out, nothing else really matters. Businesses aren't going to go down there. Restaurants aren't going to come back and open up. Nothing is going to happen if it's perceived as an unsafe environment. And that's the perception right now, is you're not safe if you go down there.
Beer Cats texting in, which you are welcome to do as well. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And Chairman Kurt has some callers on the Callier and Thompson phone lines waiting to talk about the topic. Beer Cats writing, Tim, whoever sent you that text absolutely nailed it. These aldermen know absolutely nothing about developing downtown. Listen to them speak. They are mostly morons. It's scary they have any say at all in what will happen with this money. That's from Beer Cats. So that is why I like the idea of private money being behind it. Megan Green's counter to that is there hasn't really been a plan laid out. There's just been talk of it. And now this is the first time that there are some semblance of specifics. So like I said, let's get Jason Hall on. Let's get Megan Green on, and let's get their perspective on the topic. And we welcome your perspective on it. I think, and that's why I say it's a macro issue, because it takes a much. This is, to me, the biggest issue facing our region. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm intrigued by, sports and nonsense, but as far as a lifelong St. Louisan, as all of us are here, and all of us with children, this is the thing that I notice, and it's really, I thought it was bad in the early 2000s, but that was met with resistance. Now it's accepted. And so in that sense, I don't know if exciting is the right word, because I don't think that would necessarily match up with what you would usually think of. But I suppose maybe it's encouraging, even though it might not seem that way now, that there is an awareness that we have a substantial problem and that there is an effort to correct it. It's just now darkest before dawn. So we welcome your thoughts. We'll continue the conversation here on TMA. We are in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and you're welcome to participate by calling in or by texting in. The number to call in is 314-974-0101. 100 West Dental, an advertiser on the program that has talked about having its most success by advertising on TMA, and we're very grateful for Dr. Brandon Pryor's support of the program. He's online at 100westdental.com. I went out there to check out the offices just a few weeks ago. Man, it does not look like a dentist's office how you usually think about it, and that's because they have the most modern of technology with the patient experience at the front of mind. No insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com, or you can call them 636-585-0100, and you don't even need a phone call to schedule. You just go online at 100westdental.com, check the calendar online for availability, and book right then and there. It's 100 West Dental. We'll carry over this discussion because we have a loaded phone line of Callier and Thompson phone callers, and in addition, a bunch of texts on the topic. Again, the article, if you haven't read it this morning, stltoday.com, and also the college football playoff. Doug, wait till you hear this clip. I have a feeling this might draw your ire. That's coming your way. Shots at Missouri fired, shots at Illinois fired, conspiracy theories on the college football playoff rankings. That's all coming your way here on TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night 4-2, the final score against the Minnesota Wild. Off tonight, taking on the San Jose Sharks tomorrow. Pregame at 6 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. We're the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And we are carrying over our discussion from the second segment on the article on the Post-Dispatch on downtown St. Louis and the argument going on between Jason Hall and Megan Green, the president of the Board of Aldermen and Greater St. Louis CEO Jason Hall. And we've welcomed people to get involved, gotten a large number of texts on it and also calls. And Chairman Kurt, we have a gentleman by the name of David here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, David.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, David.
Hello, David.
Oh, how you doing?
Oh,
hey,
fine.
I got some thoughts on this. Number one, why has it taken so long? This money has been in their pockets for almost 3 years now. I don't know what these people do every day, but, there's an awful lot of poor people in St. Louis. In a couple of weeks, we're going to be hearing commercials for Heat Up St. Louis. Why can't some of that money be used for these types of things? The other thing, I think they should take care of some of the people that lost their jobs that were the true victims of Kroenke leaving. I'm not sure, and they can find those people with, computers and all that, and see if you can take care of some of these people, the hospitality people, the vendors, the hotels, the restaurants in the area. I think there are some things that can be done with this money that nobody is even talking about, at least not that I've heard of.
Yeah. Well, with that amount of money, there's a lot of ways you could spend it. A lot of people that would love to have it who have been harmed by the Rams relocation. But it's getting everybody to agree as to how to divvy it up. That's the problem.
No, and that's very true. But like I said, in a couple of weeks, we're going to be hearing Heat Up St. Louis. How much would it cost to buy heaters of some semblance for all these people that don't have heat when it gets to be goose degrees out?
Yeah. You wouldn't think it would be that much?
I wouldn't either. I saw a commercial the other day for something like for $49. How much would $1 million? How much would $1 million buy for those type of things? Just simple human decency kind of things. Mm-hmm. I just don't understand how these people operate.
Yeah. David, thank you so much for the phone call. You can call in as well, 314-974-0101. Find them computers and all that. That's from Harrison's brother Master. Doesn't sound like...
technology and stuff.
Okay. St. Louis has crumbling water infrastructure, can't hire enough police. Maybe we should focus on that instead of curing poverty. That's from Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year, Arbor Day.
You do have to fix the infrastructure.
Greater St. Louis, Inc. Tim, you were wondering, right? Greater St. Louis, Inc. was founded January 1st, 2021. Is that when you guys moved over here? Did it all kind of Greater Radio happen around the same time?
We were January 1st, 2022.
Right.
So they beat you by. So Greater St. Louis started, then Greater Radio was the next year?
It was the work that they did that brought us over here.
Right.
Combining the strengths of 5 legacy organizations, Alliance STL, which sounds like a soccer team, Alliance STL, Arch to Park, Civic Progress, Downtown STL Inc., and the St. Louis Regional Chamber. So
that's where Civic Progress went. It got.
I was wondering about that in the break.
We were talking about that in the commercial break. Civic Progress was very active for me growing up in the 1980s. I don't know if you guys recall anything beyond that, but certainly with the football Cardinal situation, that
So
was
civic progress
and the expansion effort, and then eventually the Rams.
Largely funded by Anheuser-Busch, by Emerson. These huge corporations downtown would fund
old money, Doug, just like me and you.
Yeah.
Alliance STL, Arch to Park, Civic Progress, Downtown STL Inc., and the St. Louis Regional Chamber have come together to create Greater St. Louis Inc. And if it is, and I don't know, I'm not a lobbyist for Greater St. Louis, I'm not getting paid for this, but if it was an idea to kind of take these entities and get them all on the same page, I'm all for that, because we do have what seems to be a lot of little fiefdoms around St. Louis, St. Louis County. We deal with it, the municipalities too, where everything's broken apart. So if this effort is to sort of get a group of people on the same page, I'm in favor of that.
What have they done so far? What have we seen in the 3 years that
I
they've
do
been
not
together?
know. Let's see here. I'm texted Dave Peacock, who is simply has advocated for their proposal of how to spend this money to maybe get a little more clarity on the topic. And then there's the Dome, which is Explore St. Louis. So Explore St. Louis runs the Dome, the convention center. That was the Kitty Ratcliffe job that Bob Wallace is now filling on an interim basis. Because
Formerly of the Rams.
Formerly
General
of the Rams.
Counsel, and now he's with,
Thompson Coburn, and he is now the interim chief of Explore St. Louis.
It's clear that DeWitts have thrown a lot of money into the city in recent years, and the Taylors have with the soccer stadium. I don't see much beyond those two things where anything has improved. Am I missing something?
As far as downtown?
Yeah. Beyond Ballpark Village and the soccer stadium, has anything else really improved?
Well, I think outside of that's
Auntie-Anne's.
Yeah, there is that Auntie
We
Anne's.
got the pretzel shop, but that's Ballpark Village.
It's true. Downtown. Take wins where you can get them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We got Ballpark Village and we got a soccer stadium. What else have we had in the last 15 years that's been positive?
Well, Doug, we're trying to get it on the calendar.
Okay.
We're trying to get on the calendar. You got to learn the lesson and leave the event. A lot of folks have learned their lessons downtown and left the event.
More than 600,000 residents have left.
Bob is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Bob, you're on 101 ESPN. Good morning.
Hello, Bob.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
Wonderful.
Good morning. Hey, I work downtown and everything, and over the last 15 years, a lot of restaurants have left and businesses are leaving downtown.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the priority needs to be spent to bring more businesses down to build up the tax base. I think fixing up streets in North St. Louis, that'll be a one-time thing and so forth, but I think they need to have consecutive areas or a continuatum of where they're doing things so that you don't go from one good little street that maybe you fixed up to a bad section, kind of like Washington Avenue.
Yeah.
I think we got to get more people downtown, businesses to move down there to bring the tax base higher.
How do you do that, though? How do you bring the businesses if the streets are falling apart and people don't feel safe and there's restaurants have all left? Well, how are you attracting businesses to go down there?
I think you're going to have to give incentives for them to do business down there.
I think they could get those now. That whole AT&T office building, how many floors is that? 20, 25? It's been completely empty. There's not a soul in there. And the building, last I heard, the building sold for like $3 or $4 million. It's the biggest office building in the state of Missouri. Completely empty.
Yeah, but that's right. And about $4 million, I heard, too.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So how would you get someone?
I think.
How do you get a business to move there?
I guess you're going to have to give them incentives, and I don't know. You have two problems, I guess. We got to address them both, and perhaps getting some people and from other communities to look at this cold a little bit might help. On a committee or something, like from Nashville or some other cities. But I think we got to build the tax base up somehow.
Yeah, that's certainly the goal. That is the goal.
And one of the issues with the tax base is the 1% city earnings tax.
Yeah,
that's
doesn't
something
help.
that when my business was down there, that's something that you deal with and people deal with if you are in the city. So that plays a role in incentivizing people to go more toward the 63105 than being in downtown St. Louis. Bob, thank you very much for the phone call. Appreciate it, man. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's 7:52 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. We are efforting a variety of guests on the topic. Martin with Dave Peacock, me with Jason Hall, STL and Megan Green. And it's a topic that does not go away, will not go away, but at least now people are, this topic has people super activated this morning in the Air Comfort Service text line. And again, for those who have not read the article this morning, it's online at stltoday.com. Coming up on the program after last night's Blues loss, Jamie Rivers is going to be with us, in addition to Robert Thomas, and the college football playoff rankings coming out last night, and conspiracy theories, along with an intro to a podcast that's going to have, I think it's going to get Doug going. I think it's going to get Doug going. I don't know that, but I think it's going to. In addition to that, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air online at designair.com. I think, I walked into the Enterprise Center last night, and it was temperate. You like that term? You like temperate?
I don't really care for it, no.
Okay. I think it was warm. Is that better?
Okay, yeah.
And when I walked out carrying the screaming 2-year-old, it had dropped about 15, 20 degrees. And
he
Doug
screamed all the way to the car?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, 45 degrees this morning, and the hawk will be up out of the north with highs of 52 today. Doug, I think winter has finally begun the process of arriving. Nothing but highs in the 40s and low 50s, minus this coming Sunday at 63. So Design Air is where you want to make sure that heating system is tended to with the great Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. All that to come here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN.
Thanksgiving next week. That means the gift-giving season just around the corner. I'm making my list. What does Jackson want for the holidays? As you make out your holiday wish list, think about giving the gift of me time, a Massage Envy gift card, and then the person you give the gift to, they can decide. Do they want a massage, a facial, or a stretch session? Now through December 31st, when you buy $150 in gift cards, you get a free $40 promo card to keep for yourself or to add to someone's gift. Massage Envy, where better begins. This time of year, everyone's stressed out. What a great gift idea. Let them get a massage, the facial, the stretch session. They can decide. But even better, when you spend $150, get an extra $40 back for you or to add to the gift for someone else. Massage Envy, give the gift of me this holiday season. Massage Envy, where better begins. The offer is good in location only, not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details. Think about giving the gift of me from Massage Envy.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And we will be welcoming Jamie Rivers to the program coming up at the top of the hour. Robert Thomas at 8:30. And coming up at 10:45, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, do you know anything about Design Air and Seth Goldcamp?
I do. I know Seth Goldcamp. He's been to my house, and so have some of his technicians working on my furnace and my air conditioning during the summer. They do routine maintenance. Or if you need a whole new system, they can do that too. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth and his family have served more than 10,000 people since 1904. They are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser now on the show. They're known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call when you need help. And when your furnace goes out, when it gets cold, you need help immediately. You don't want the pipes freezing or all kinds of nastiness, but they are right there. When you give them a call, they'll be out to your house, and I mean lickety-split. Their website is an easy way to navigate and schedule yourself online a service call. For all your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's Design Air, and there's an E at the end of air. I like to point that out. It's AIRE, Design Air. Find them online at designair.net. That's designair.net.
Blues lose last night 4-2. Jamie Rivers with us on the other side of the commercial break for his weekly scheduled appearance on TMA. A couple other pieces of news. Not only Robert Thomas will be with us at 8:30 returning, but Jim Montgomery getting fired yesterday in Boston. Could there be anything on the horizon for him returning to St. Louis? We'll talk it over with Jamie Rivers. That's coming your way next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, closing out the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels. It's the Morning After 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines The great Jamie Rivers and Doug, he coined the nickname Little Piddles for Jackson Burkett of Ladue Horton Watkins.
I bet it hurt. Probably stung a little bit.
Jackson, I think you appreciate the nickname, don't you?
You know, you can't always pick your name, but you can choose to embrace it.
Right, and that's what you've done.
Give yourself the power. Don't let the people have the power.
Jamie, do you feel like Jackson has the power?
Power of something, I guess.
Yeah. Sounds like.
Do I need to remind you? I just recently found out what the forecheck was.
So did the
I'm
Blues.
impressed that Jackson called me on time today.
Yeah, we actually stuck to the clock. I'm kind of surprised by it too, to be honest with you. What is your opinion of what we saw last night? Because yet again, Blues battle back, have a spot in the third period to pick up a point, and then unfortunately we see that point slip away with a really unique goal, just glancing enough to beat Jordan Binnington, and the Blues wind up falling 4-2. Your opinion on last night?
That goal's a real pain in the butt, wasn't it?
Nice, Doug. You like that? You see how he weaved?
I liked it, yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. It's early in the day. Good.
Sure.
You're welcome. I thought the Blues played pretty well. I mean, all things considered, the Wild had only lost 3 games in regulation all season long so far, and they come in and you're battling them like right there too. It's not like you hung on and the shots on goal were lopsided, and then you had to rely on your goalie for a whole bunch of saves. I thought the Blues had a pretty good game all around. It was nice to see Robert Thomas back in the lineup. I thought it was unfortunate that a couple of the goals that went in. I think Jordan Binnington would like them back. It stings when you're trying so desperately to stay in the playoff race and you lose games that are tight like that. So I actually liked what I saw last night overall. I'd like to see a win. Of course, that'd be much better. But, now you got your star forward back in the lineup. And hopefully someone like Philip Broberg is closer down the road, and you get your team looking back to close to what it should be.
How did Robert Thomas look to you last night? And how does a guy come back from a broken ankle in 4 weeks?
Yeah, I was super impressed because you got a guy like that he plays so many minutes for your team, and he comes back last night, and quite honestly, Doug, he looked like he had never left.
Yeah.
He showed good speed at times. He showed good passing, good creativity, and you wonder when guys come back like that, especially so quickly. Like, 'cause sometimes guys get injured and they're on the mend, obviously for a long time, but then they're on the ice for a week to 10 days, getting back in game shape, getting their legs back under them. Robert Thomas kind of flew under the radar a little bit. He got on the ice a couple times, and all of a sudden, boom, he's back in the lineup. You're like, holy crap. Like, how did that happen? And is he ready to go? And I thought he looked ready to go. I thought he was good. He certainly helps a lot in the faceoff dot for your team. What helps a coach is when you have a no-brainer. And what I mean by that is every time there's a power play, every time there's a face-off in the offensive zone, every time there's a big face-off in the defensive zone, it's nice to have the no-brainer where 18 just throws a leg over the boards and out he goes. And, right now, Drew Bannister's had to struggle with that a little bit. And not just with Robert Thomas, but even with some of his situational coaching, usually it's a no-brainer that Leddy and Parayko are out there against so-and-so. And then the second pair of defensemen, Broberg and Falk, those guys, just here you go. It's no-brainer coaching. And I don't mean that with disrespect. I mean that with the utmost sincerity that you've got good players at that point. And so having Robert Thomas back makes your assignment a lot easier when, hey, it's a situation that you need him in, boom, over the boards he goes. So I liked Robert Thomas's game. I was good with it.
And, Jamie, if you look around the league now, Ovechkin's, of course, one of the greatest all time. He's got 15 goals. Kaprizov's up to 13. The Blues goal scorers are in the 5, 6, 7 range. Is it possible they just don't have enough firepower? Because most teams seem to have somebody in the double digits. And just offensively as a team, they're kind of stuck at about that 2 goals per game. And you can tell with Binnington, there's just no margin for error for him. Can they do anything with the current group they have to score more?
Yeah, you're right, Marty. Like, I think that's what we've looked at for the last couple of years is you don't have that game breaker. And as good as Robert Thomas is, he himself, first and foremost, a playmaker, not a goal scorer, even though he scored lots of goals in the NHL. You don't have that automatic threat right now. And, look, that's what you're looking for. I mean, those guys are unique. Those guys are special. That's why those guys make a whole lot of money. I mean, I can't even imagine what Kaprizov's next contract is going to look like. But, you know, as a team right now, you don't have that. This is what you're hoping that Nuggerud, that Dvorsky, you're hoping that those guys become those types of players to where other teams lay awake all day wondering, you know, at what point will they score? At what point will they get an opportunity? So you got to coach and you got to play a different style of game when you don't have an automatic game breaker like that. And you know, I think the Blues are trying to get to that style of hockey. I mean, let's go back to, if you just go back, because it's fun to like use a team as a reference point, and it's always nice to use the best one we've had, which is a Stanley Cup champion team in 2019. I mean, you didn't really have it then either. I know everybody talks about Tarasenko, but you know, Vladdy didn't even score 40 goals until, you know, recently in his career when his last turnaround with the Blues. So you didn't have your Ovechkin or your Kaprizov either, but you had a whole bunch of dudes that played the game the right way, and you had a bunch of veteran players that knew exactly what it took to win. And that's a unique thing. The problem right now is you have a whole bunch of players that want to win, that want to play the right way, but you've got a bunch of guys that don't have enough experience either, especially situationally, where you identify the time in the game of how to play a certain style of hockey, and that's how you win games. You got to grind it out. And right now, you're trying to do it. We saw last night, you're trying to grind it out, but then, you know, like Tim said earlier, just one quick or one, you know, unlucky goal, and you've lost the game. And that sucks for those guys in that locker room because they've worked so hard all game long, and then one quick little deflection, and it's over for you. So they're going to have to figure out a couple things. One, you can't just figure out how to be a prolific goal scorer. You either are or you're not. But you got to figure out how to win games, and if you don't have one.
Jamie Rivers, our guest here at Collier & Thompson phone lines. You can catch him every day from 2 to 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN on the Fast Lane with Anthony Stalter, Kerry Davis, and Marshy Marsh, who Jackson finds attractive but wants the audience to know he's not attracted to.
Thank you, Tim.
No problem. Final question for you. Final question for you. Jim Montgomery gets fired yesterday in Boston. Number one, are you surprised? Number two, do you think Cam Neely's doing a little CYA work up there? And number three, what do you think is next for the former Blues assistant?
Yeah, weird situation. I mean, let's be honest here. Monty's got almost an 800 winning percentage. Yeah. And, like, he just won Coach of the Year. Like, it's crazy to see how many guys are getting fired like that. So I don't get it. You know, if Cam Neely's being honest, he should look in the mirror and look at the roster that he's provided to Jim Montgomery and see if that's adequate. Probably isn't, but, you know, it happens like that. Look, Monty's a hell of a coach. He always has been. You know, everywhere he's gone, he's won. He's going to find himself a job whenever he wants it. I don't know what's next as far as, like, immediate future for Jim Montgomery. But let's be honest, guys. Like, the next time there's somebody has a problem with their coaching, let's say it's the Detroit Red Wings, because, you know, they're rumored to be the next ones. Like, Derek Lalonde's on the hot seat. If they decide to move on from Derek Lalonde, I guarantee Steve Eisman, he gets a little phone call to Jim Montgomery and sees, you know, where he's at, what his temperature is on the Red Wings. And that's just because he's a hell of a hockey coach. I don't think Monty's going to have to worry about employment for very long. I think it's unfortunate what happened in Boston. But he's a hell of a guy, a hell of a coach.
And you look at coaches, and like when Quenneville came up, you don't look at Quenneville at this point, both in his resume but also his life, of going, this is a guy who's going to want to take on a team that's in the midst of a rebuild, retool, whatever the case might be. Montgomery, with his resume, certainly not as old as Joel Quenneville, but with his resume, is he a guy you think, Jamie, who would go more into a spot with a team that's more in contender mode than rebuild mode?
Yeah, I think those two guys are in a little bit different spots. Look, Joe Quenneville has won multiple Stanley Cups, and he's we'll call him the elder statesman a little bit. But I think Joel's in a spot where it's very unique, obviously, because of his overall situation. But I think that if a team like Boston calls Joel, I don't know if he's taking it. I don't know if he's interested, because they're kind of coming down the backside of the mountain to where they're going to head into a retool/rebuild maybe in the next little while, because they've lost the Charas, the Bergerons, like the David Krejcis, like they still have Pasternak, but Marchand is coming down the hill on the other side too. He's not looking the same as he has been for his career, and I don't know if Joel Quenneville wants to jump headfirst into something like that. I think he'll wait for a contending type team. As far as Monty's concerned, honestly, I think Monty would be a perfect fit in Detroit. I said it a couple of times now. I just, that's a team that they've got a lot of youth, a lot of talent. They've got some stars. But Steve Yzerman has proven in the past that he's willing to give these coaches some runway. It's not going to be 1 or 2 years and then just get rid of you. Mm-hmm. I mean, heck, he had Jeff Blashill forever, and that team was terrible. And he hung on to him for like 4 years because it was part of the process. And I think that if a situation like that opened up for both, let's say both candidates, I think Jim Montgomery's a better fit there. I think Joel Quenneville is a guy that goes to a team that's ready to take the next step, which would mean not just getting in the playoffs, but contending for a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, different spots there. Jamie Rivers, 2 to 6 every day here on 101 ESPN with the Fast Lane, and of course on the Blues telecast, spending time with us here on Wednesday at 8 o'clock, as he does every week. Jamie, thank you so much for the time as always, sir. Appreciate it, man.
You got it, guys. Have a great one.
You too. That's Jamie Rivers with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you'd like to tell us about Mungenast, St. Louis Acura, Mungenast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, and the great Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Mungenast?
Oh, yeah. They are definitely great. Hall of Famers, I would say.
Yeah, I would say they're HOS.
Yeah. If you're looking for a place to buy your next new or used car, or looking for a place just to get your car serviced for routine maintenance, whatever the problem might be, these are the names you need to know. Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Mungenast, Ryan Seiberg in the service department at Mungenast, St. Louis Acura, and Mungenast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. If you check out their website at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com, got a big selection of used cars and new cars. They'll do the financing right there for you at terrific rates. That's what they did for me. And also, service is their big thing. Doesn't matter if you bought your car there or not. They can take care of you, and they can tell you real nice like. Here's a number to call to get you straight to the muckety-mucks so that you get first-class service, the kind that we get. Here's the number, 314-252-0029. You did not write it down. Here it is again. 314-252-0029. That gets you straight to the decision makers at Mungenast, St. Louis Acura, and Mungenast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. They want to take great care of you. That's what they've done for St. Louis for decades now. They've taken care of me and Tim and just about everybody on the show. Does business now with Mungenast St. Louis Acura because these guys have got it all figured out. The website again, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
College football playoff rankings came out last night. Podcast Take Smiths with conspiracy theories. Doug, you're about to hear it, and they are angry as hornets about Missouri. I didn't really think they were on the radar, but they're angry as hornets. They actually led the podcast with Missouri and Illinois, for that matter. You will hear it coming up. Robert Thomas coming up on the program, Jeremy Rutherford. And Martin, you are efforting a special guest, but not a surprise.
This is not a surprise. Yes, this would be an announced guest, but was not on the dossier. Yeah. So in a sense, a bit
Jackson,
of a surprise.
it's an audible. Do you allow us to audible, or is this something you have a strict game plan?
By and large, I'll allow audibles, but just give me just give me a heads up.
Jack and I had also been in talks. There's a lot of surprise guests in the works. We've had some scheduling issues. We're trying to get it on the calendar.
Yeah,
trying to get it. But this would be a little more meaty and kind of meets the moment as well.
Yeah, you like a meaty guest that meets the moment.
Yeah, I don't mind a meaty
feeling
guest.
You'd enjoy that. Yeah. This program is called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN. TMA presented to you, Brian and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne on the program. Jackson's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the phones. Miss anything, you can go back and podcast like the Dickens on the TMA STL app, which is presented to you by the great Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. We are in the Fisher Window and Door, 8 o'clock hour here on the program. Doug, do you do a lot of podcasting?
No, I do zero podcasting.
Martin, do you do a lot of podcasting? We've never discussed your podcasting habits. I'm curious.
About twice a week, I try to get out material. I would say about twice a week. Yeah, the Kilcoyne conversation, what I am proud of.
I'm a Kilcoyne conversation lemming.
Oh, there you go.
I really am.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you.
I honestly am. I hate to give compliments to anybody on the show, minus Chairman Kurt and our alliance.
For example, the Willie McGee was like a half-hour deep dive on kind of his coaching philosophy. He actually got into it. We never did play any of that audio.
We still got it, I know.
We talked about it for a while. Willie McGee was a recent guest. For example, the Kelly Chase interview. Yeah. I'll put out the long-form audio of of the TV interview we did. Don't have to edit that. I mean, Bob Costas, like 3 years ago, was on the podcast and told a hilarious story, but it's a really long-form story, how he was sent by NBC executives at halftime of NBA Finals to go get Jack Nicholson to do TV. And he said, I'm arguing with the producer saying he won't do television. Jack Nicholson never did TV. He thought it was beneath him as a actor. Mm-hmm. And Costas said the NBC, they said, go see if Nicholson will do, the Showtime NBA halftime show. And he said, oh, for God's sakes, this is a fool's errand. And Bob tells the whole story. He said, now, can I swear? And he says, I'm going to tell you verbatim what Nicholson said. And I've never heard Bob Costas swear before, and has the F word telling him what Nicholson said to him.
So it doesn't sound like he was enthused about the opportunity.
That is correct. So he said, Bobby, you seem like a nice kid. He said, you go tell those people, blah, 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 blah. And what I'm proud of is if you go back, I don't do like day of interviews. Like last night, I thought they should have hit for so-and-so in the 8th inning. I don't care. But the longer form interviews, even La Russa 5 years ago, these Tony Talks were great. Yeah. Deep dives into Pujols, McGuire. So thank you. You can find the Kilcoyne Conversation on the Scoop Sports Network, iTunes, Spotify. We had a little technical issue where it wasn't on all of those platforms for a couple
and that
months.
Was Jackson once again screwing you.
Cousin Nick in Minnesota said, "Where did the pod go?" And I said, "It's still there."
Cousin John.
So
the Cousin Network.
Yes, the Cousin Network is strong.
I love podcasting. Longtime TMA listeners have been podcasting this program forever, in part because it's been on low-powered AM radio and HD2.
You couldn't hear it otherwise.
That's correct.
Baby, we're going to power up this week.
But I was listening to a podcast this morning en route to the station I'd already listened to the Curbside podcast at about 5 a.m. and then listened to this college football playoff rankings committee. And Jackson got a chance to hear the intro for the first time. Doug, I want you to hear it. I'm going to ISO on you and your reaction. Here is the intro to the podcast.
All right, I'd like to hear it.
And welcome back to the Cover 3 podcast here on CBS Sports. That's Tom Fernelli. That's Danny Cannell. I'm Chip Patterson coming to you live at youtube.com/cover3 and everywhere you get your podcasts on demand. Thanks for hanging out. Smash that subscribe, smash that like, and come and join us in the chat, a.k.a. the Cover 3 tailgate.
Okay, that's too much. That's too much energy for me.
He's like one of those Texas A&M yell leaders if they became podcast hosts.
I didn't know if it was a parody. Martin, you were even more confused than Doug was.
So that was real.
That was real.
And it was a CBS Danny Cannell operation?
That's correct.
It felt like a fan blog, did it not?
That's why I saw Gabe Bjarman talking about this podcast. I'm like, I'll have to subscribe and listen to it because it's, a credible college football podcast. And when I heard it, I go, oh my God, this is like... I thought it was like a sketch.
Right.
Like this is what affected sportscaster would sound like, but it is real. And then right after we got done with the very energetic intro, in a stunning development, they led with not with the top 4, not with Boise State being number 4 now, by the way, or BYU being 12, but Missouri.
Yeah, this came 3 seconds after that aggressive intro.
Okay, let's hear it.
Missouri cannot be killed. Amazing. Amazing.
What is it?
Our long national nightmare continues.
Why?
No. You can't do that. Strength of schedule is all that matters this year. And their schedule is really tough. Like they have a strong schedule. Like it doesn't matter if they got smoked in 2 of those games. They played them, Chip. Like Indiana doesn't play those teams. Indiana couldn't have got blown out that bad by A&M and Alabama. Indiana couldn't have done that. No way.
All right, can you clip off Missouri cannot be killed? Because that's important for our state. And then I'm wondering, for the assembled cast here, do you think some of this is Danny Cannell poking Eli since he poked Danny Cannell?
Wow.
Boy, you always see another level.
You're in the Matrix, I think.
I think because Danny Cannell was a topic on the phone call last week by Drinkwitz, and I thought that's random. And this is a show that, I don't know the voices, but Danny Cannell is on this show.
That was Danny Cannell.
That was Danny Cannell. The guy who has a lot of energy is Chip Patterson.
Too much energy.
And then they got into Illinois and Missouri.
Why?
I mean, yeah, again,
Why?
like who really
This
gives
is
it?
like within the first 6 minutes of
That's
the
exactly
show.
right. And I'm on my way out here, and I said to Jackson, I said, you got to listen to this podcast and poll because I can't believe that they're talking about this nonsense. But now I get why it is, Martin.
Do you think
You're right.
that's possible?
100%.
Like they're kind of mocking.
Yes.
Because if you listen to what he's actually saying, it sounds a little mockery. We're pretty good at detecting mockery. Yeah. And I feel like they're mocking Mizzou's losses, but it's probably related to Drink calling him out last week.
So now ILL gets brought into it. And a conspiracy theory for that matter.
I was going to say, I mentioned it to both of you before we started, and I don't, honestly, if Illinois is at 25, I really don't mind that Mizzou's ranked at 23, just to be honest with you, because if you look at their resumes, they're very similar. But to me, it was funny that as soon as Illinois pops up at 25, McElroy insinuates that Illinois is only ranked to prop up Penn State, and then 2 spots later, when Mizzou's ranked, completely silent, doesn't say a word, has absolutely nothing to do with any of the other SEC teams. If you're going to go in on the conspiracy, Greg, come on, give it all.
Well, ultimately, like, they face the same thing that AP voters face, the same thing that I look at on Saturday nights when I'm trying to figure out what AP voters are going to do. Both those teams are in a pool that you had to pick from. And I think I called it a grab bag. Like, you've got about 8 or 9 teams. And so Illinois was ranked early in the season. We were really hyped about the wins against Kansas and Nebraska. Hindsight has said that, well, I mean, Kansas wins looking better and better, by the week. But hindsight says that maybe those victories aren't quite what we made them out to be at the time. But still, among 7 and 3 teams, Illinois, perfectly fine. Missouri, I know that I'm my tongue's a little bit in my cheek here, but who else are you going to put in there besides Missouri is also a fair question.
Yeah.
They're clearly trolling Missouri. But who the hell is talking Illinois and Missouri when it's a national show about the college football playoff?
And so help me, that was, as Jackson said, the first 5 minutes of the show.
That'd be weird if that was in the 25th minute of the show.
Yeah.
This was in the first 5 minutes.
Why would you worry at all about 2 teams ranked so far down they have no chance to get in the playoffs?
That's exactly right. But I think Martin's right. That was Danny Cannell's response to Eli Drinkwitz. That's what that was about. I was sitting there last night. We took we went to Billy G's before heading down to the ball game. Trashed wings and fries, if you don't mind.
What kind of fries?
How would you describe the fries at Billy G's? Just kind of
yield.
High yield.
Pretty standard.
Yeah, I would describe Martin. That's a standard fry.
Well cooked.
Well, it was a delicious treat. And I saw Illinois at 25, just as we're just sitting there BSing before heading down to Enterprise Center. And I'm like, I'm kind of surprised by that. And then 2 spots later, I'm like, oh, Missouri's still in. I don't really care. But yeah, at this point in the season, what does it matter, number one? And yeah, you do need teams to fill out the whole thing. What he is saying is Greg McElroy, Alabama quarterback, and he's insinuating all these ESPN people are bought and paid for by the SEC. He was making the case they put Illinois in there to prop up Penn State to justify putting Penn State where they are. And then Missouri got put in there, which then can help bolster the case for take your pick of, I guess, Alabama, and if they need to, A&M, if and when that time comes that they were to beat Texas. Robert Thomas is going to join us on the other side of the break as he made a return last night, 27 days after the fracture. We'll get his perspective on last night's festivities and how he's feeling after the morning after his first full game. That is coming up next here on 101 ESPN.
November 20th, that is today. That means the unbeatable meal deal is underway at Schnucks. The final week leading up to Thanksgiving, the 20th to the 27th, underway. Wednesday to Wednesday, the unbeatable meal deal for Thanksgiving is going on at Schnucks. You can serve 10 people for just $3.93 per person. All right, how do you do it? Let's do it. Get what does Doug say? Grab your pen and paper. Here's the math. You get the turkey, first of all, for only 58 cents a pound. Schnucks' lowest price on turkeys in 14 years. Limit of 1 Schnucks whole frozen turkey with a $25 purchase, not including the price of the turkey. And what else? You need the sides. Got to have the sides. Stovetop stuffing. 2 for $4. Sweet potatoes, Schnucks cranberry sauce, celery, green bean casserole, all the makings, all the ingredients. You add it up, put it together. It is less than $4 per person. You can do that right now. Stop by and load up at Schnucks for the unbeatable meal deal. All these delicious Thanksgiving favorites will serve those 10 people. Make sure to check the Schnucks Rewards app for weekly deals. More information on the unbeatable meal deal is going on at Schnucks. Schnucks makes your holidays.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cavaliers' undefeated start comes to an end last night as they fall to the Celtics 120-117. Jason Tatum, 33 points and 12 boards. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier & Thompson phone lines, Robert Thomas. Robert, good morning.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
We're doing well. The question that's more important, though, is how are you feeling the morning after your first full game in 27 days?
Doing pretty good. Feel awesome, and excited to be back playing, and looking forward to tomorrow.
How clear were you this time yesterday that you knew you were going to be out there last night against the Wild?
I'd say pretty clear. I skated Monday morning, and then felt like I had a pretty good idea after that.
Were you surprised at the timeline here?
A little bit, I would say. I put a lot of work in. Ray did a great job as well. We both put a lot of time and effort into it, and it was really nice to see it kind of pay off and be able to come back so quickly.
Yeah, it seems like maybe you were at least a couple weeks ahead of schedule. What exactly do they do to get you going so quick?
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I won't get into, but a lot of new technology, and stuff that is pretty cool and can potentially speed up the healing, and that's what we were looking at.
Is there a pain tolerance issue? Like, is there a point where you say, okay, it's still sore, but I feel good enough to go? How much of that weighs into it?
Yeah, with anything like that, it's gonna bother you for probably the whole season. So there's dealing with the pain, but everything in it's good to go, and we're all comfortable with it.
And you're watching for 4 weeks. That's got to be the hardest part of this. Well, not the hardest part, but it's got to suck just sitting at home watching.
Yeah, watching games is never fun. It's probably the least favorite part of the game is when you're out and having to watch, whether it's at home or in the press box. It's really painful.
What did you think of the way the team played last night? They may have gotten a better result with just a few breaks here and there.
Yeah, it was tough. I felt like, the first period I liked our game. I felt like, even though we were down one, we had a lot of good chances. We created some pressure. If I score one early or score one in the second, it might be a different game. So it was frustrating. You have a game 1-1 going into the third period, and that's a good spot to be in, especially against a really good team and a division rival. And we got to find a way to close out in the third.
Robert Thomas, our guest here, weekly appearance on 101 ESPN and TMA, our guest on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. When you guys are in the spot where you battle back and you're in the third period, again on the verge possibly of picking up a point after trailing, and then it plays out the way that it does at the end of the game, and this is something that's been going on here the last few weeks, much of which you weren't a part of. Does that hit harder? Or does it indicate for a young team that things are moving in the right direction? And I don't ask that as a cop-out. I'm curious what the mindset is. I'm not trying to spin it into a positive. But you have been close. Minnesota's one of the best teams in the league. I think if you didn't have Winnipeg doing what they're doing, there'd be greater appreciation for what they're doing. So I'm just curious what the perspective is, especially from somebody who's been a part of a Cup winner.
Yeah, I would say definitely really frustrating. That's a team we know we can beat. They seem to have our number lately, and that's not something you want to be a part of. I think when it comes down to, we did a great job. We were down 1, tied it up. Down 2-1, tied it up. That's hard to do against good teams, and when we get it tied 2-2, we just got to have the confidence and composure. They seem to take it to us after that, and that's something where we need to push and be aggressive. We can't kind of wait back and sit around, or they're going to make you pay. So I think it comes with just a little bit of how it's going lately. I think guys are missing confidence in those situations and afraid to make mistakes. And when you get in a situation like that, it's kind of death for you.
Coaches always say to flush it, move forward, 24-hour rule. How about his players? When there's been some just sort of bad luck over this stretch here, how do you turn that page? How do you show up the next day and not think about the bigger picture? Yeah, I think, as players, you've been a part of it or done stuff like this for a long time. And, the highs and lows of the season, whether you're coming off a big win or a big loss, you got to find a way to just turn the page the next day. Can't let games drag on 1 or 2 days, or else as you pretty much play every other night. So it's something a lot of us are accustomed to, and that's just the mindset all year long. Once you knew you were going to play, were you tempted to call us and just say, I think I'll tell the fellas what's going on with the ankle? Like, they probably, even before the coach or Army, you probably should let us know. Were you thinking that?
Kind of felt like we've bonded over the last few weeks, Robert. We're a little Doug was just really pissed off, actually.
Really angry about it.
Angry and hurt.
Yeah, sorry guys. That one was out of my hands.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, Doug, you're going to have to. I just felt it needed to be asked, Tim. I just think with all the hurt in the room here.
I remember when the Blues were having trouble scoring, guys would say, "Well, we're squeezing our sticks too tightly." Yeah. Do they still use that cliche? Do you notice anyone squeezing their stick too tightly?
Yeah, that's definitely still a cliche, and yeah, it still happens when guys haven't scored a lot. So yeah, it's always been a thing, and confidence is a big thing.
The Athletic did a player poll here, and they asked 175 NHL players if the NHL should expand to 34 teams. 80.5% said yes. I guess logic would dictate that means there's more jobs, so why not? And then the cities that got the most vote, Houston, Quebec City, going back to Arizona and going back to Atlanta, and then a second team for Toronto, Austin, Saskatoon, San Diego, Kansas City also getting votes. What are your thoughts on the NHL expanding, and any city or cities you would like to see the NHL expand to, Robert?
Yeah, I'm all for the expansion. I think it's good for the game. I think there's markets that haven't been touched that are ready for hockey. When you look at what Seattle's done, what Utah's doing right now, and obviously what Vegas did a couple years ago, and how well hockey's done there. I think finding the right markets is important, and a couple of those teams a couple of those cities are probably the answer for some teams. So it's a really exciting time to be a hockey fan and be a hockey player, as the game's growing so much, and I think a lot of people are really appreciating hockey for what all of us hockey fans see it as.
I feel like Toronto would be a bad idea. Two teams, because the Leafs are so dominant. Like, there's no way the other team there, if they ever did that, I'm not saying they would, but that team would be so second fiddle. I mean, you know that. You're from there. There's no way anybody could compete with the Leafs.
Yeah, that would definitely be tough, but it'd be funny if that other team ended up winning a cup before the Leafs. That'd be
well, that's true. That's true.
Hey, another one that I saw, and I'm curious on your answer to this one. Do you get more harassing messages from fans since sports betting was legalized? Now in Missouri, it's just a couple weeks and it hasn't been implemented yet. But is that something that you've experienced, where you get like troll messages from degenerate gamblers?
Honestly, I wish I had a funny story for you guys, but I don't really go on social media at all. So,
Doug, you disagree with that?
Yeah,
Doug loves a good tweet.
You need to be all over TikTok, especially.
Hey, how's the fantasy football team doing?
Oh, yeah, don't bury the lead.
Yeah, I feel bad if I'm going to ask about gambling and you harassing people. I don't know if you sent like a harassing note to somebody on your fantasy team that has been causing you to be in the cellar again.
Yeah, no, my season's over. I lost again.
Oh, no. We don't like that. Stay in the fight, Robert.
No, it's over. It was a good run. I'll see you guys next year on that.
Oh, gosh. And we learned last week, Booch is sort of a silent assassin.
Yeah, who would have thought? Number
football.
89 is a wizard of the NFL.
Yeah, he's pushing for another title, so it'll be fun to spectate.
So when Thomas doesn't pass the puck to Buchnevich, we'll know it has to do with fantasy football.
That's correct. Yeah, that's the kind of insider stuff that we got here. Robert, always appreciate the conversation. Great to see you back out on the ice tomorrow night. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll see you next week.
All right, take it easy. That's Robert Thomas with us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, talking about a wide variety of topics here. And Jackson has a brilliant dossier. Doug, you came in this morning and said, Jackson, congratulations on a brilliant,
hot off the press
dossier.
Well, we got an update. It's fluid, correct?
Always has been.
9:45, Dave Peacock.
How about that? And that is not a surprise guest.
No.
That's a meaty that meets the moment guest?
Yeah, we're going to meet the moment. You don't want to miss the moment.
No.
Like Albert Pujols not playing in the All-Star game in 2007. That was missing the moment. This is meeting the moment. Dave Peacock, who is an advocate for Greater St. Louis. Tim brought up the article in the Post-Dispatch where they're still, I guess, sort of feuding about the Rams' money, how to spend it, and Dave can further articulate not only what Greater St. Louis is about, but what they are proposing.
And that conversation has not only led to a lot of texts into the Air Comfort Service text line, but also into my phone from people who are kind of in the know on this topic. And I've got another piece of information on that, which we will have and probably discuss with Dave Peacock when he joins us coming up at 9:45. Mentality is a longtime sponsor of TMA. If you're feeling like you've lost your edge, if your energy, focus, or drive isn't what it used to be, it's time to get back on track with Mentality Health, your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. Visit Mentality today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Your first step to reclaiming your vitality. If you're feeling tired all the time, that might be more than just stress. Low testosterone could be the issue. If you're struggling to keep off the weight or maintain muscle, testosterone levels could be the culprit. Visit Mentality at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Your first step to reclaiming your vitality. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. This program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. Does this get you fired up, Doug? I can tell you're getting fired up.
Well, not that much. What is this? Who's doing this?
This is just
acoustic sessions.
Yeah, acoustic sessions sampled this, I think.
They sampled it.
It's the morning after. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour here on the program, joined by Jamie Rivers and Robert Thomas in our 8 o'clock hour, and Dave Peacock talking about the article that we spent a good portion of our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour on. And the title of the article this morning in the Post-Dispatch, which I would tell you is recommended reading. It's not necessarily going to lift your spirits, but it's an argument between Greater St. Louis and St. Louis Board of Aldermen President Megan Green on what to do with the Rams money. And they just got that money, I guess, yesterday. And so now they're...
Just came in.
I looked it up. November 2021. They put it in the bank in November of 2022, Doug.
And it's in a checking account.
This is with the stock market reaching new highs almost every day.
And that first year...
doing nothing.
The first year, the city made $6 million by doing nothing. But they missed a year of that.
That's right. So Dave Peacock will give us his thoughts. That's coming up on the program. Doug, you are a big take-smith. I mean, if there's one thing that you're known for, it's getting riled up, and you are really irritated with the Blues this morning and holding them accountable. And you gave Robert Thomas a piece of your mind, too.
I sure did. He's squeezing his stick too tight.
In Cleveland, they're not particularly happy with the Browns. That's kind of an evergreen situation. But here, it might have gotten away from one particular spectacular host, Martin. If you want to take a listen here and see what's doing here, if you want to mimic this,
hit the lever, Pale. Pale, go ahead and hit the lever.
Hold, please.
It's okay. So
Right,
full
we
transparency.
don't have it. We haven't got it. We got this big build up. The Browns are unhappy, and we got nothing. Oh.
My apologies. I put down.
I should have telegraphed it more, I guess.
No, I know. Sometimes I thought we were going in a different direction. Sometimes I put the cart before the horse, and I write down the audio description before I actually.
Doug, it's clip one. That's clip one.
I know.
It's clip one on the dossier.
Before I actually clip the audio, I write down the description, and then sometimes I get forgetful.
Oh.
And so I forgot to. But I can pull it off. You're just gonna have to give me a moment.
Do you want to just play some Barkley audio from 2018? I noticed that was on yesterday's list. I thought, oh, this is interesting. Yeah, well, it's from 2018.
I figure if I read if it's clip one, it's Jackson's rankings of the quality.
No.
Doug, on the dossier, clip one does not mean it's the best clip.
Well, why don't we have it? It's clip one.
I have it. Just give me.
Well, yesterday
of all the clips we wanted, this is the one.
This guy's bad attitude rears its ugly head again.
All right, and it's not like I haven't. This is bad. All right, I got it.
This is bad.
Could we hear it, please? Hit the lever, Pale.
And it's not working.
No, don't tell us that. It's clip one. It's got to be there.
Awesome.
Oh.
It does not work off that. That is great.
So what did he say that was so good? You never listened to it, did you?
Yeah, paraphrase guys screaming about what are they 2-9 or something?
They stink. My bad.
Nice show prep, ass.
Oh,
that's from the 636.
Everyone's
the man in this town soft.
Yeah,
that's from Scissor Me Timbers. Yeah, Doug doesn't like Martin when texts start off with yeah.
No.
Time to add another producer to this train wreck. Lols. That's from the Veiled Prophet. Iggy would have known where this clip is. That's from Flip Wilson.
Sure he would have. The one clip we wanted was this Cleveland Browns radio.
And now they're coming at him from all angles. Are we not doing drops anymore? Or ...
So you want me to throw drops in while Robert Thomas is explaining his ankle situation, or we're having a detailed discussion?
And now
about
they've rattled him. They landed a jab, and now he's rattled.
I should throw in like a goofy Francesa drop while Tim's talking about our city and all of this. Like, it's just asinine. I'll take the heat for the Cleveland radio clip. That's on me.
Jackson,
but I'm playing drops during.
Now they're going after his beard, so it's Pale growing a beard, not looking real strong, Pale.
That's
kind
fine.
of looking like a homeless guy today with that bird's nest and the little sock cap.
That's enough.
Oh, what do you look like?
Mr. Bojangles.
Yeah.
Jackson would like you to send in a picture of yourself, Mr.
Yeah,
Bojangles.
seriously.
Jackson, I think these guys are missing the boat. The real audio is number 8. Brett Norfleet detailing a day with no plans, includes walking his cat.
That's it.
This is what you are a big Tiger Talk fan.
Mike Kelly will always ask the Mizzou player, "You've got one day in Columbia. What would you do?" And then they get to explain their day around town. So I appreciate you finding this audio.
You think we'll have that?
I have that. The only clip I don't have is
Doug, the old Appleton stepdads. He's on that rocking chair down in Old Appleton. He says, happy to see the production team hasn't improved since HD2.
Oh. It sucks because, and I don't mean to toot my own horn, but this is actually the best day I've done producing the program, and the only thing I didn't do was cut the Cleveland Browns
the one thing we wanted.
Radio host. That's the one misstep, and that's
that was your ADH2 moment, I think.
Wow. Can you imagine if Robert Thomas would have started off, guys, this is the best game we played all year last night. Can you imagine? But that's what we're hearing here this morning.
Are we going to get Brett Norfleet, or are we not going to get Brett Norfleet?
Are we going to get this angry Cleveland radio host, which was ranked number 1 on the dossier?
That audio kind of sucks. I pulled it yesterday when there wasn't much out there, and now a bunch of stuff has happened.
Why is it number 1?
I probably should have just cut it. I should have just cut it. I should have even thought about having it.
Jackie Boy's too busy drooling over Dalton Connect videos to do his damn job.
Oh.
That's from the River to Pear yacht captain. Martin has a yacht on the River to Pear.
I don't drool over former volunteers.
Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, in Tennessee.
Rumble, young man Rumble, he was cooking last night.
Jason Tatum stuck it to the Celtics last night. That was a great ball. That was a great ball game.
Yeah. Well,
what happened to the Celtics floor? It's bright green.
I was going to ask you about that.
I had a feel when I saw that. I thought Doug was going to be angry
NBA Cup
about
games. It's an NBA Cup every Tuesday and Friday. NBA Cup. They have different
NBA
colored
Cup.
floors. The green ones and the red ones are a little bit of an assault on the eyeball.
Horrible.
But some of them are really cool.
Assault on the eyeball. I like
have
that.
to tell you, he might have just saved his day with the assault on the eyeball.
Things are trending up.
The green one looks like they flooded the arena with ecto cooler. It's just not. It's not what the people
The
want.
Celtics are supposed to play on the parquet floor.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Jesus.
Now you're going. I know it's tradition, but we sure as hell don't want to do it.
It's a new thing. It's the NBA Cup. I'm not litigating this because I'll never win. So I'll just tell you.
You've got enough fights on your hands right
If
now.
you can't win,
in this
don't
Air
play.
Comfort Service text inbox.
I just wrapped my head around the CONCACAF Nations League Cup quarterfinals that the U.S. men's national team played in.
Correct.
And now I got to figure out the NBA Cup.
It's pretty. Is
it
simpler.
in-season tournament that's
Correct.
going on?
Yes, it counts for the regular
Stupid.
season. I don't think it's stupid.
I think it's stupid. All
I
right,
think
let's-
it's cool.
Floor was stupid.
Maybe Brett Norfleet on his day off listens to Cleveland radio.
And he walks a cat?
He's from St. Chuck. I didn't know that.
Francis Howell. I thought you were a Mizzou guy.
I am. I don't know where every single player went to high school.
And we're not going to get the cut either, are we? We're not
Apparently,
gonna
we're not going to play
Do you
it.
want it? It's not. I mean,
It was in the
dossier.
All right.
One final question. We've got about a minute left. The day belongs to Brett Norfleet. Nothing's on the agenda. You have nowhere you have to be. How are you going to spend that day?
So first, we're probably going to sleep in. Okay.
Big surprise.
That might put me waking up at 10 or 12, and then we'll probably get some food here and there. Then we might hang out with the roommates a little bit, take the cat on a walk. And then
With a leash?
Yeah.
Do we use a leash? Oh, okay, there we go, yeah.
And then we'll probably throw on a movie. Okay? And then after that, we might go outside and play some pickleball or something like that. Then we'll wrap it all up and do some homework.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for Brett Norfleet. It's great to see you. You did a terrific job. I appreciate it. Go get a win at Mississippi State this weekend.
Hail State. Cowbells. Doug's mad about that audio, Jackson.
I appreciate that.
Martin liked it, though, because that is your favorite part of Tiger Talk.
Yeah, Tiger Talk, where they interview the coach and then they play it again on the pregame 5 days later before the big game. I do enjoy that. I enjoy the play. I like hearing the players. I like hearing from I've become a Mizzou honk because of you guys.
Oh, wow.
I yell ball when they fumble.
Oh!
Yeah.
No,
I
At
don't.
home, you yell ball when someone fumbles.
Oh, yeah, my son and my wife, when I jumped up during that Oklahoma game and yelled ball, what a turn on that had to be. Yeah. Oh, here's my little bald husband yelling ball at 48 years old.
Did you issue a statement after?
I did.
Coach Carl, you issued a statement.
I do that. So now when I'm watching Mizzou basketball and the defender's coming up right behind the guy dribbling up the floor, I'll scream, "Wolf!" Just like you
wolf.
You say wolf so
What
that
does that
someone
mean?
so you look behind you because someone's coming to steal the ball from
Well,
behind
why a
you.
wolf?
That's
Yeah, what about like gerbil?
If you played basketball in the last 20 years, you've heard wolf.
That was age shaming right there,
it's
Martin.
not.
That's
Just
what it
trying
was.
to
That's
give
your ally.
just trying to give some context.
Stop.
But I'll yell wolf,
Ageist.
although I'm sitting 125
Have you done
miles.
this in front of your love interest?
Yeah.
And what does she think?
Not impressed.
Right. Okay.
Do wolves sneak up behind people?
I don't want to litigate. I'm not trying to litigate.
He's not litigating another.
It's what people say. It's what people say. Josh Schertz, if he was sitting there right now and I said wolf, what does that
internal
mean?
monologue is, should I cut the alliance? That's what he's thinking over there.
Jackson, you've got 1 day to produce. Will you cut the right audio?
Unlikely, apparently. Damn it.
Oh, now he just threw his pen down. That's the kind of behavior we got in here.
Stupid.
Hey, lady. Oh, you got the Browns audio, Chairman Kurt?
Yeah.
Oh, no. He just went up
Chairman Kurt just
No.
dunked on him.
No, that's not a dunk. That's
Switch
just
seats.
helping out my guy.
Okay. It's noted, though. I mean, I don't know. Are we going to have a ceremony where Chairman Kurt gets the C and Jackson gets the A?
I don't want the C.
You don't want kids, you don't want the C, but you've got audio.
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah.
Please hear the
Jackson's internal monologue for the record is this audio's crap and there's been too much buildup for it. That's what he's thinking.
It would have been. It might have been crap if I played it originally.
It's
like I
on
said,
the dossier.
I know. I put it on there. I should have cut it because it was before things happened. We got too much now. There was not enough then, and
the show has too much.
Okay.
Joey Galloway, SMU coach, Mike Elko,
the Joey
Drew
Galloway.
Bannister. We didn't play any of it.
We're playing the Joey Galloway one because that one's outstanding. This Cleveland, it's 2 minutes long. Yeah,
well, we can cut it off if we don't
Charles
like
Barkley's
it.
still on here.
That's a good clip too. That was from last night. That was from last night.
I would like to request the quality of the audio is ranked on the dossier. I don't know if that's fair to ask, though. Maybe that's too much.
I'm going to have to do it like right before the show.
Shape-shifting. That's fine.
Can we get a committee together, like the college football player, and we'll rank them?
Rank audio clips.
Top to bottom.
With that.
Yeah, he's involved. Mac Rhodes.
Yeah, they get Mac Rhodes in there.
Mark Hanna would probably be happy to be involved, especially as a longtime sponsor of this program. He's online at evergreenstl.com. And I would tell you this, you get on the phone with Mark Hanna, and you are going to leave the call feeling better about not only your financial situation, but about the world. He has that ability. He's one of those people who will lift your spirits just by having a conversation with him. And I would tell you this, make sure you have a financial advisor. Even Mark says, hey, if you're not going to go with me, that's fine, but just make sure you have a financial advisor. It is one of the greatest pieces of advice I could give somebody who's just coming up in their 20s. Make sure you have a financial advisor and take advantage of compound interest. That's the name of the game, brother. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He presents Jeremy Rutherford, who's going to be with us coming up. And we got some breaking news.
What?
From Jeremy Rutherford, and I have a feeling Doug's not going to like this.
Why?
This is a tough day for you.
Yeah.
Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, evergreenstl.com. Mark works with you to design a financial strategy. His straightforward approach starts with a 15-minute phone call to discuss your financial needs. Visit evergreenstl.com or call 314-889-0503 today. Mark Hanna offers securities through Equitable Advisors, LLC, members of FINRA and SIPC, and offers insurance and annuity products through Equitable Network, LLC. Closing out our Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. 5P Hustle and Heart Academy Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour coming up with Jeremy Rutherford. Breaking news and maybe Joey Galloway, Cleveland Browns, and old Charles Barkley.
The Galloway stuff is great.
Dave Peacock at 9:45. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. And Martin just held up the phone.
These are the jerseys. Can you see it on the YouTube?
That's the breaking news for the Winter Classic. Jeremy Rutherford will have some insight on this, and I have a feeling Doug's not going to be happy. Well, that's coming up next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel, 101 ESPN YouTube channel. You can podcast anytime you would like. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne late. Wow, that feels good. Now I feel like I got somebody in my company.
I was having a little coffee talk.
Yeah, with Carly.
Who's the new guy?
Have you met? Have you guys met?
No.
Martin Kilcoyne, meet Mark Hanna.
Hey, Mark Hanna, I've heard about you.
Yeah, I've heard about Marvin Kilcoyne.
Oh, gosh, it hurts.
And Chairman Kurtback getting audio and just dunking on Jackson. Jackson's wandering around the studio. I don't know what's going on. But what just took place at 9 o'clock, Doug, the Blues have unveiled their sweaters for the NHL Winter Classic at Wrigley Field. Have you had a chance to take a gander?
I saw him on Martin's phone briefly. And, you know, at a special occasion like this, it's supposed to be a throwback feel to the whole thing. I'm okay with older-looking uniforms. Yeah.
Wow.
That's fine.
The Blues tweeted it out, then the first person to respond says, "What a stinker."
Oh,
that's the first
now, usually on Twitter, the feedback is positive.
First response.
What is to describe the sweater?
With the piping on the right arms?
There is some gold piping, but across the chest it says St. Louis in the kind of lighter blue.
Ladue blue, I think.
Ladue blue, I think that actually is it. Jeremy Rutherford with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. All right, he's brought to you by this gentleman in here with the wonderful hair, Mark Hanna. And also, you've described your voice as seductive. Is that correct?
I wouldn't. I've got a face for radio and a voice to match. Let's go with that.
I like that. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Rutherford. Morning, Jer.
I describe his voice as seductive.
Okay, that's who it was. I knew somebody. Like when guys flirt with each other on
it's
the
really
program.
only for the men. It's the only time it's effective.
Yeah, that's hot. JR, in kind of a stunning development here, Doug is on board with the sweaters for the Winter Classic.
How about that? Yeah, you know what? There's only one vote that matters. I just saw the first response to my tweet, and it was the non-ling, Kevin Lorenz. He said, "These are incredible."
Wow, the non-ling on board. How about that?
That's good. Yeah, they always kind of market this game as, remember when the players would play on the frozen ponds? It's just like that. Nowadays, nobody plays on a frozen pond. They've all got a rink, right?
Yeah, and you know what? With this game being at Wrigley Field, like you guys talked about, look closely at these photos of the Blues playing, wearing the jersey. You'll see some green ivy in the background. They actually staged a set in which they had the Wrigley Field green ivy in the background behind these jerseys.
I just caught that as I'm looking at the image right now. Doug, does that make you even more enthused about it?
You know, I'm fine with the jerseys. I'm excited about the game. It's always fun. I wish it'd be nicer if the teams were a little bit better, a little bit more competitive in the league.
That Connor Bedard's pretty good.
He's good, yeah. I think the jerseys are fun. What's happening behind you, Jeremy?
It's like Larry Nichols on the line.
Well, what do you guys think about the no blue note, first time in franchise history?
How about that, Doug?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I don't see it anywhere. Oh, is it on one of the shoulders? It's on the left shoulder.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, it's going to be on the shoulder, but not on the crest.
Okay.
Right.
A little bit like a Where's Waldo. You have to find it.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay for one game. I wouldn't want to see that every night or.
You don't have the same lax policy with Missouri football.
No, well, because they play so few games, and Missouri football uniforms look like costumes.
Yeah, we don't want to get to a point like with Jackson where he's predicting what helmets, what shirts, and what pants the Blues are going to wear each week.
No.
Mr. Siders, who usually isn't high on much, says those jerseys are fire. So if the non-ling and Mr. Siders are on board, then I'm on board. Mm-hmm. And Doug, you're on board, too.
Yeah, I think they're okay.
How about that? Hey, JR, and we welcome two-part questions via the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. We had Jamie Rivers on and Robert Thomas on. So let's start with Robert Thomas. Coming back in 27 days from that fracture. Was that something that you knew was trending? I mean, we saw him out on the ice last week skating, but to be back out there that quickly and looking pretty damn good as well, that part specifically is encouraging for Blues fans, notwithstanding what has been going on with the results of the game. Your impression and some background on the quick return.
Yeah, no, this was quicker, I think, than everybody thought. Drew Bannister did say yesterday that Robert Thomas went to Toronto he touched on it with you guys in the interview that he went through some medical training, that he's not going to go into in terms of what they did to get him back quicker. I'd really like to know more about that. It'd be, fun to talk to a doc about what they did. But when they say 4 to 6 weeks on the evaluation, usually it's on the, mid to latter end of that, 5 or 6 weeks. But to play, just shy of the 4 weeks is surprising. I caught a lot of grief from my colleague, Mike Russo, who covers the Minnesota Wild for The Athletic. He's got Thomas on his fantasy team. And he said, you told me December he'd be back. So I got him on the bench getting assists and winning faceoffs last night. So I'm catching grief on this one.
Well, I like when journalists have a fantasy team and the player on the opposing team. JR, I want to go back to the uniforms real quick. The Winter Classic that they still roll out, that powder blue, was that from 2017 at Busch Stadium? Is that where that all started?
Yeah, that was 17. You wear the home blue against Chicago at Busch Stadium, and then they went the white version, the road version in Minnesota in 2022.
Because that one is extremely popular.
Getting back to Thomas' comeback real quick, I asked him, too, how he came back so fast, and he wouldn't say either. Do you think they keep that a secret just so other teams don't learn the technique?
When he said that to you guys, and he said that to us yesterday, too, in the scrum around his blocker, I thought that, Doug. I really did. I was like, okay, what's the secret here? And, the advanced technology with everything that these guys go through in terms of their rehab, I'm sure it's pretty universal. It's not like one or two teams' doctors probably know something that the rest of the doctors around the league don't know. So I don't know why the hush-hush. Maybe it's a deal where they just don't want to get into it and spill all the details, for 10 minutes in these interviews. I don't know. But to me, it's something that, I'd be interested in finding out. How can you come back from a fractured ankle in 4 weeks? And what are we talking about here in terms of the therapy?
Yeah. Let's be honest. What this really reminds us all of was John Cena's stunning return at the Royal Rumble
exactly
years
right.
ago.
Nicely done, Mark.
Yeah,
Nicely done, Mark.
Such a fast recovery.
Did he have a fake broken ankle or something?
Oh,
wow. Shots.
Did he get stabbed with a rubber knife, something along those lines?
There's some slander.
Didn't they know he was going to get hurt before he got hurt?
Yeah, it was in the script.
Larry Nichols going to be calling in immediately. The two-part questions are coming in fast and furiously. Harrison's brother Master seemingly now, he's become the Cal May of the segment with the traditional leadoff. Please ask JR if he anticipates Jim Montgomery being the next head coach of the Blues. Also, Kyrou did it again last night. That's Harrison's brother Master. Not a big fan of number 25 and not a real big fan of Drew Bannister either. I asked Jamie Rivers about Jim Montgomery and the situation in Boston. I'm sure you talked about it with Papel last night after he was terminated. So your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, can I do a Robert Thomas here and just say I'm not going to get into it? Or
yeah, feel free.
No, I think it's definitely interesting because this was I think Montgomery was a guy that the Blues wanted. We all know that. As soon as Boston advanced last year, the next day was the press conference for Drew Bannister. I know there are a faction of Blues fans that aren't enamored with Drew Bannister. Here's the way I look at it, and this is probably what I'll write in the next couple days. Is, where do you think the Blues are at? Doug Armstrong has said that they're in a retool, but at the same time, he says they want to be competitive. I don't think this is a great team, but I do think they'd be in a better position had they had Robert Thomas for the past month and they had Philip Broberg in the lineup, and maybe they'd be on par with where everybody thinks they should be, but, they aren't, and Drew Bannister is taking some heat for it. But he's the coach that they turn to help get them through this retool. Now, to me, here's the overarching question of all this. Does Doug Armstrong want to make the playoffs? Is that mandatory this year? And if it is, maybe they circle back to the guy that they wanted last year, Jim Montgomery, now that he's available. But I guess another question as you look at the tree branches here is, has anything changed with that? Has the situation that developed in Boston with Montgomery changed anything in terms of Doug Armstrong's interest? I think that this will continue for the next couple weeks or until Jim Montgomery gets hired. The fascination with firing Drew Bannister and bringing in Jim Montgomery. But I look at the situation and think that Doug Armstrong hired Drew Bannister to be the guy to get them through this period and see where it goes, and that's where they're at right now.
Don't you think that, or maybe I'm overthinking it, that Alexander Steen might have some input on that as well if he's going to be working with the guy in years to come?
See, it's a great point. A great point.
Nice point. Nice point, Hansy.
It was pretty good. The people who are sponsors are better than the people who are hosts.
Well, because they have decent minds.
Yeah. I talked to Doug Armstrong in a group setting was a month or so ago, and I talked to him about all these 2-year deals that seem to be in line with his, because he'll be the general manager for 2 years, and then Alexander Steen will take over. And he mentioned that, especially the coach's contract, Drew Bannister, coincides with when Alexander Steen will take over, and I think that's going to be an Alexander Steen choice. So if they were to reverse course right now, let's say, and let go of Drew Bannister and bring in Jim Montgomery, I think that's something that Alexander Steen would have to be on board with, and he would have to think that, okay, not only is Montgomery the coach for the next, but this is the guy that I want as the head coach when I take over as the GM in a couple of years. I think Steen would have to be fully on board.
Yeah, and following up on that, I was asking Jamie Rivers about that, and he thought like the Detroit situation could be one. I was reading in The Athletic this morning before coming in, JR, a column, which you're cited in with regard to the hot seats in the NHL, and the situation in Detroit is one to monitor, with Steve Yzerman perhaps making a move there, and that Montgomery would be a good fit in that spot. Here is a question from a TMA Hall of Famer, Carlos Spicy Wiener, two-parter. Number one, is Steve Ott a guy that could get an interim shot at some point if this keeps spiraling down the toilet? Number two, can we trade Kyrou for a new washing machine yet?
No.
I think it's time with Black Friday discounts upcoming. So you think Black Friday might tie into it?
Yeah. Well, first of all, Montgomery, I think, is going to be an option for a number of teams. There's probably 5 or 6 teams. I mean, you look at Pittsburgh, too. Do they hang on to Mike Sullivan? Is that a situation that Montgomery would be interested? But I would agree with Riv. I heard the interview and think Detroit would probably be a good option for him. But let's keep in mind, if St. Louis, if there was an opening, his wife is from here and they enjoyed their 2 years here, and obviously the relationship with Doug and Jim Montgomery. So we'll see where that goes. As far as Steve Ott, I've thought for years that he has been working his way to be a head coach in the league. I had heard at one point that might have been an option for him in St. Louis, maybe when Berube was let go and they brought Bannister in, and maybe Ott wasn't, keen on the idea at the time. Would he be in the future? I don't know. Is Steve Ott going to have a market outside of St. Louis where he could be a head coach if things go well here? People like his experience. We'll have to find out. So I think that Steve Ott probably will be a head coach. We'll see where that goes. And then in terms of Kyrou, I get it. We talked about this for a number of weeks in a row now. I think you're going to be hit or miss with him. We're going to be talking about the potential and, the points he puts up, the goals he can score. He really has been snake-bitten, guys. What is he, up to 5 hit posts now? But the mistakes, the turnovers, the not playing him the last 3 or 4 minutes of the game because of those turnovers, I think is something that I don't see ending anytime soon. And the Blues, unless there's a market for him, are going to have to just accept that that's the type of player he is.
But, JR, a player's never been traded for a washing machine before, has it?
To my knowledge, there was a player in the 60s, just one. Yeah, it was sent to the New York Rangers for a Maytag. And the Maytag ended up working for many years, and it wound up being a good trade. So there is a situation. There is precedent there.
Okay, thank you.
Jackson just tell the YouTube viewers love watching when Jackson holds up the sign. Jackson just held up the sign, hard out at 9:20.
Why so hard? JR's got to go.
Yeah, what do you got going on?
Yeah,
sorry. Can we ask what you're doing?
I am headed to New York for some meetings at the New York Times, and I'm looking at the security lines here. But I get all the time in the world for you guys. Yeah,
Times. What is this?
When I leave at 10 every day, you didn't know?
You're going to
I'm
New York.
going to New York.
God,
New York
America.
Times.
Yeah, that's. I'll just
Doug,
feel
you
like
just go back to South County, right?
That's it. Yeah, I'm a Hoosier.
Concord call.
I got things, Tim.
Yeah, sorry. JR has things. Mark, I don't know if this is what you signed up for, guys with hard outs and sponsoring their segments.
All day
you got to
long.
be furious. Oh, you do enjoy this. You got guys who go to Manhattan. That's what you like. JR, thanks for the time. Sorry to bother you, Doug. I guess we got another guy we're interrupting.
Hey, Mark's got great points, so when I hang up, just see what he has to say. I thought that was a good one.
Yeah. We might have a replacement. Mark Hanna sponsoring the Mark Hanna segment.
Along with Josh Shirts. Hanna and Shirts mornings. It's going to happen.
It is going to happen. Thank you, JR. Safe travels.
Thanks, JR.
All right, thank you, Hansy.
Rutherford off to his daily trip to New
Rutsy.
York. Martin will be seeing him. They have lunch in Manhattan. Hard out at 9:20. Who knew? But that is a fine observation. I got to tell you, I like to read between the tea leaves when we talk to guys like Gabe and JR. I kind of sensed that the Kyrou frustration might be beyond just the fans who texted in every week with that answer. That was a different. I don't know how many people were really paying attention and thinking the Blues were going to come back last night, but I feel like there needs to be like a little cutout of like a police criminal outline of Jordan Kyrou up against the boards with an empty net of where he gives the puck away. That's what happened against the Red Wings the night Berube was fired. It's kind of a tradition. He was out there. Granted, they weren't in a tie situation, and then the puck's given away, and then Kaprizov with the empty netter, and that'll wrap her on up. I mean, this is becoming usually a Thursday night tradition. Last night we brought it in Tuesdays.
So it's kind of like country roads. It just comes along. It's at a certain point in the game. It's going to happen.
That's right.
Doesn't Kyrou seem like he's too much of a talent, and he makes too much money to have to worry about him being on the ice in crucial situations?
Yes, and if anything, you want your playmakers out of that time, you know?
But he's not a playmaker. He's a finisher. He shouldn't have the puck. He should be finishing it off. There should never be a spot that he should be in control of the puck. He ought to be finishing it, getting rid of it as fast as he can. I think back to like a Brett Hull. You never saw him with the puck on his stick for a long time. It was always immediately get rid of it. If he didn't have a play, he was not the most defensively conscious player out there, but he would make smart plays to put it to another position that was not compromised.
And he had Adam Oates setting him up all the time.
Oh, that doesn't hurt.
I think something that JR brought up is important on the conversation. I really do. And I'm not saying this is going to happen at all. I think we talked about it maybe when, Doug, you were out and Joey Vitale was in with us, Martin, a couple of Fridays ago. The Blues did not go and hire Drew Bannister immediately. They waited, and I believe what they were waiting on was to see what the outcome of the Leafs and Bruins series was going to be. And I think that is because Jim Montgomery, and JR just brought this up, I think this is such an important part of the conversation. His wife is from St. Louis. I don't think he necessarily really enjoyed the setup for his family in Boston. That's not an anti-Boston take. That's my understanding. And if the Blues are going to, because Montgomery, as Jamie Rivers said, is at a point where, you're not going to come and take a team like the Blues that probably aren't close, unless Steen and Armstrong go, okay, you have a long runway here. We recognize this isn't going to be happening this year or next year for that matter, but you're the guy that we want here for the long haul. You want to be here. Let's make this happen, even though we know you're most likely not going to be leading a playoff team. I think that's something to keep an eye on. I really do.
I think the fact that Army gave him a job when he had been exiled in Dallas, I think the loyalty factor between Montgomery and Armstrong is huge. I think even more so than a team with an attractive roster. I think Montgomery's like, listen, I love St. Louis. I've got connections there.
His wife's from here.
Yeah, so I don't think it's immediate. He probably sits out a while, fields maybe an offer or two in the next couple of weeks. Maybe that's too soon. And if the Blues continue to spiral, I think after the new year, maybe that's when Armstrong and Steen say, all right, what do we think? Is he the guy that wants to come in for the next 3-4 years and kind of flip this thing for us? I think that's very much in play. I don't think it is today or tomorrow, but I'm sure there's some thought there that he could be the next guy. And Bannister would probably say, I get it. He's in play. I got to do the best job I can do in the meantime.
Probably can't wait too long, though, because someone else will snap him up.
But I think he'll wait. I mean, I think he would be interested in this job as much as any other job. Even though it's not as great a chance to win, I think again, I just go back to that loyalty to Armstrong for getting that chance after he'd been sort of exiled from Dallas.
You're right. I didn't even think about that part. I'm thinking more along the lines of the family element, but you're right, with the loyalty because he had been exiled for what happened in Dallas.
Doug, there is a chance, though, that maybe a Jacques Martin might be out there.
Oh, that'd be nice.
That'd be a good find.
Yeah, Jacques Martin. Yeah. Who was the other? Jacques Demers. He's no longer alive, though,
He couldn't read.
Didn't he pass away? Yeah, I know.
I think Demers is still alive.
Is he?
He couldn't read.
Right.
Told everybody after the fact.
Yeah, he'd have people read him the press releases and everything.
He went off to Detroit, and they said, well, we got to get somebody else. Let's get another Jacques. Let's get Jacques Martin
right.
in here.
This big Jacques 1980s, Doug.
It doesn't seem like there's as many Jacques now as there used to be.
Yeah, we'll talk about that when the 10 o'clock hour, I think. Where did the Jacques go?
Jacques Lemaire.
Mark, thanks for coming in and also asking the best question, too.
Sun even shines some days.
McKernan, sponsor of JR here on the program. Always good to see you, fine sir. Thank you so much.
Great to be here, guys.
Dave Peacock's coming up at 9:45. Jackson, what audio do we have? No. Oh, he has no mic. I just looked at it.
No.
Martin, this is your favorite
The
part.
return of Nell with his signboard. But he looks so panicked, he can't speak.
Right. I saw the panic and I go, what happened with the audio?
Well, you could probably yell out loud, like a lot of audio we get these days is just background audio.
You're 3 feet away from us. You can still hear us.
Okay, you guys can hear me. Everyone else can't.
Well, he just said, you guys can hear me, everyone else can't.
Yeah.
But you don't have to, silence yourself completely. You could say, Tim, I don't have a mic.
That's right.
Is he going to mime school after
It did
this?
look. Yeah, Marcel over there. All right, we'll take a break. Come back with whatever audio Jackson has for us. Dave Peacock, 9:45. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:45. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, St. Louis, great to have a new sponsor on board of TMA here on 101 ESPN, and that is Aesthetic Design and Build. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Think about your home and think about how much improved a custom deck would do for your property. I've gotten a chance to meet Dan at Aesthetic Design and Build and his team, not only at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, but they also came to my house. And I think the world of them and what they can do for my home and also for your home. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work that they are capable of doing. And that, of course, includes the custom decks, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with a retractable screen. They have answers for it all. These custom decks that they do are second to none. Let them show you what they can do for you at 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know TMA sent you their way. Welcome back, TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett called this at 8:53 his best produced show.
Really?
November 20th, 2024. Where were you when Jackson had his best produced show?
We still haven't heard the Cleveland radio host.
And we won't.
Other than the 3 home runs you gave up in the first inning, would you say it was a good outing?
Well, this is far from giving up 3 in the first.
Gosh.
Okay.
Now you're combative. Okay, it was number 1 on the dossier.
Big Tuft says, we just not doing drops anymore, and then now he's included about 30 dots.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just play a bunch of drops. Just go.
One thing they want is drops, and it's one thing.
I play whatever. Anytime I open my mouth, I lose.
Clip that off.
Clip that off. All right. Chairman Kurt, you were holding up your hands. What's going on here?
I just, I know next time I don't need to go run and cut the audio.
Oh, so you feel like your hard work to get this Cleveland audio is
I ran down the hallway. I nearly took out Moon like a bowling pin. And now we're not going to play it.
You're hurt. Your feelings are hurt.
Just noted.
This is a bit like Megan Green and Greater St. Louis. Can we just get on the same schedule here?
Can we just play it for a few seconds?
Okay.
I thought you were going to get it.
You've got Cleveland audio for 1 second.
It's supposed to be so good.
All right, here it is.
Okay.
I want to yell at the Browns and say, why can't you get your act together like your brothers? I got the Cavs, I got the Gardos, and then the Browns are just, I'm like, man, you just can't get your act together. And now you got guys jogging around yesterday.
Well, they
you come off a bye week and you're jogging around. I'm so sick and I'm so sick and tired of looking like an idiot every single time I try to talk about this team and their talent and all that crap. You want to tear the thing down, then tear the damn thing down. I don't care anymore, Tone. I don't. If they're not going to care, why the hell should I? Why should I care? Why should I make my Sundays and sit there and try to write down? I don't think a lot of people care. I had a football banquet I had to go to yesterday. I went right back home afterwards, and I'm rewinding and going through and trying to write it. And you lose by 21.
I don't think people did care yesterday. Do you think people cared?
The Browns or the fans?
I don't think either.
Oh, okay.
I think by the fourth quarter.
I'm not yelling at the fans.
I have never gotten fewer texts about the Cleveland Browns. I'm being dead serious than yesterday. And then once the Cavs game started, it was like a Browns game normally.
Yeah.
So I think the fans, you said, why should I care? I think you're in the minority.
I'm not yelling at the fans. I'm not yelling at the fans.
No,
all
right.
You had enough.
Those
were hot
I know. We hit the good stuff.
I have to tell you, I was prepared to be underwhelmed by the audio, and I was delighted by it.
Wonderful. That's why we pressed for it.
Anytime, Martin, I know you've labeled there's different genres of sports talk radio hosts. There's guy who discovers take mid-segment.
Stumbles into opinion guy.
Right. Begging for calls guy.
Begging for tickets, Chairman.
Begging for tickets guy. But then I like guy who gets so worked up that he loses his breath.
Yeah.
And we heard that in that take.
Fake
and then
angry guy
he ties it into his Sunday afternoon plans. And a football banquet guy?
Yeah, he had a banquet to go to.
Right.
I got a banquet to go to.
Doesn't understand how if the other Cleveland teams are good, why aren't all of the Cleveland teams good?
I've never heard the Guardians called the Gardos.
Later in the clip, he was a proponent of just moving all the games to Europe.
So Jackson, I think it was a delightful clip.
He made the right call, cutting it off.
I should have cut it. That's
it's fine.
The main part. I write these down sometimes. Like that probably got written down at like 1 in the afternoon yesterday. And when I got in today, I did not cut it because I forgot, and that's my bad.
All right.
I usually save it in a certain folder and save that one in that folder, and I messed up.
It's fine, buddy. It's fine. Nobody's that worried about it. It's all a thing. I enjoyed the audio a great deal.
Wonderful audio.
He just elevated. He just like almost scripted, like raise voice, get mad. 3, 2, 1. I can't take it anymore. The Gardos, the Cavs, these Browns, and I had a banquet to go to. Okay.
You think the Browns even knew that he had a banquet to go to?
Clearly not.
Would that not have been brought up in their meetings?
Clearly not. Jameis is famous. Just lets it rip.
They do like it's kind of like the Bears. That's all they talk. They have other teams. There's a lot, but they just focus on it so much.
Pittsburgh's like that. It's all Steelers.
The greatest surprise line guess you could get for us would be Jameis Winston. That would be the greatest.
Wow, you have a tie-in with Jameis Winston?
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
That would be I don't know if you've ever heard his interviews. They're
wonderful. They are. I just didn't know that Martin had a connection.
I don't know that I will get on that. Let's see. Start with my Gardo's connection.
That's right.
Well, the new guy with the Cardinals,
who follows you on Twitter,
came from Cleveland.
Yes.
Kevin at the Lake?
No. I followed him. I'm his first follower.
Sorry.
Graceffo? No, that's Gordon Graceffo.
Gordon Graceffo. All right.
The new guy from Cleveland.
Gordon Gecko.
No. But the new guy from Cleveland that went to Yale, Doug.
Rob Serfolio.
Yep, Rob Serfolio. Thank you.
Nicely, Chairman.
So
Big 9 o'clock hour for the Chairman.
You have one day with Rob Serfolio.
You've got one chance to ask Rob Serfolio a question. What is it? Can you get me Jameis Winston on the show?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
You're a beautiful boy, Jackson. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
You hurt my family. Wolf, 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 wolf. Hashtag free perk. That's Brian Henshin, Colts beat writer.
I just don't like this wolf thing.
That's what you say. This is how
Watch
you know.
out.
Nah, you say
Look
wolf.
out.
Well, if I hear wolf, I know exactly what's coming down.
Guys, is that the guy that said he had the great head of hair, right? And he had a podcast that's in the top 50 in the country?
Yeah.
Or do all middle-aged cocks in radio sound the same with their hot takes? That's from B Money. Martin, I don't know if you've heard this. This is actually from WFAN in New York City. Take a listen to this.
All right, hit the lever, Jackie. Come on, Jackie! Timing is everything.
I've got hair that people would die to have.
That came up on a sports talk show.
And that was relevant?
It gave him more credibility with his opinions.
Is that, you think so? So that's what you need to do. Let's stop with your Michael K. I'm on the air. I worked at the Fan before Michael K. I do Ranger games without Michael K. 16 years doing pre and post for the Jets. Guess what? No Michael K.
Likes to yell guy?
That's how you get to New York. Right
Likes to yell. Was that Mark Hanna with the great head of hair?
That was Mark Hanna's hair. Out duels the hair. What is that gentleman's name? He's in New York, right?
Don LaGreca.
I couldn't be a bigger fan.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
By the way, we have a hard in for Dave Peacock at 9:45. So I know you had your heart out on JR. Let's get a hard in.
I'm looking forward to talking it over with Dave Peacock. That's coming your way at 9:45. The article that we discussed in the 7 o'clock hour. Doug, the listeners, they cycle on. They cycle off,
they do.
But is in the Post-Dispatch this morning, St. Louis businesses ready to match Rams money spent downtown as St. Louis Aldermanic President Megan Green and Greater St. Louis CEO Jason Hall are going back and forth over that conversation. James Carlton, who is a loyal sponsor of this program as well as a loyal listener, texted me that Clark Hunt will donate some proceeds from all the Missouri Chiefs gear sold at our local supermarkets. Outstanding work by James Carlton, who is in me and Jackson's camp on that Missouri Chiefs thing. James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. It's James Carlton. He presents Gabe DeArmond every Monday and Friday here on TMA. You can go online, type his name in Google search engine, and you are going to see 400 5-star reviews. Everybody who does business with James raves about the experience, and that's why I made the switch 5 years ago, and I am so happy that I did. Once you make the switch, they do all the paperwork for you. It couldn't be any easier. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. All right, we will take a commercial break. Dave Peacock going to join us on the other side of the break on this article and the discussion that we've had regarding what they are doing with the Rams' money, and now that private entities are going to match it, where things stand as Greater St. Louis and the president of the Board of Aldermen, Megan Green, are having their argument. That's coming up next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, here it is. It's November 20th, and finally it looks like winter has started to make its arrival in St. Louis. But, man, did we run good with the weather. As we head into winter, you don't want to be stuck with old, drafty windows, making your heating system work overtime. Universal Windows Direct is here to help keep you warm and save you money on those energy bills with their exclusive Super Spacer technology. These windows help keep the edge of the glass warmer, making your home more energy efficient and comfortable all season long. Right now at Universal Windows Direct, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There is no limit. Buy 2, get 2. Buy 4, get 4. It doesn't matter. On top of that, Universal Windows Direct is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years interest-free. Restrictions apply. Universal Windows Direct backs their windows with a true lifetime warranty. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today at 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Nets sneak out a win last night over the Hornets, 116-115. Cameron Johnson with 34 points. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
The Morning After 101 ESPN, 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour here. And Dave Peacock about to join us on the program. Martin, you have a thing coming up at 10 o'clock, but you're going to be able to stick around and talk with Dave Peacock and also tell us about what do you have here?
Let's talk about mentality. It is the holiday season, gift giving. What about a gift that rewards you and your family by getting yourself back in the game? Low energy, it's probably low T. You can find out more about mentality health by going to lowtusa.com. Your first chance there, your first step to reclaim your vitality. If you want to get back in the game, you've got fatigue, low energy, find out if it in fact is because you have low T. That's oftentimes the case. It leads to weight gain, muscle loss, mood swings, instability. So meet with the folks. I was out there with Kevin and Dave. What a great team. And you can tell how energetic they are. They look extremely fit, and they know what the secret is, and that is to check your testosterone, do the entire blood panel. They'll sit down with you, in-person consultation, nothing online. Map out a plan for you. What are your goals? Where do you want to improve? Could be in the weight room. They're going to help you get back in the game. We're talking about energy and focus. We lose it over time. You can get it back by addressing it at lowtusa.com. Mentality Health, getting you back in the game.
All right, the article that got us going this morning and got many in the audience in our Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. In the Post-Dispatch, you can read it online at stltoday.com. That's what led to Martin texting with our guest, Dave Peacock. Speaks of the following. The chief of the region's main business lobby says the private sector is prepared to more than double a $100 million public investment in downtown infrastructure and buildings outlined in new legislation to allocate the city's $250 million share of the Rams relocation settlement. The commitment was included in a letter Greater St. Louis Inc. CEO Jason Hall sent to St. Louis Board of Aldermen President Megan Green on Monday as part of an ongoing back and forth between the two leaders on how to distribute the Rams settlement windfall. Martin, we were discussing that in the 7 o'clock hour. You had Dave Peacock on your podcast here recently, and that's what led to you texting Dave and bringing him on this morning's program.
Yeah, and I think people will say, okay, what is Greater St. Louis and what is their role in this? Dave, welcome to the show. Thanks for doing it on short notice here. He's kind of a surprise guest to you, Tim.
Yeah,
not quite the surprise line. Yeah. Dave, welcome. Tell us about Greater St. Louis for folks who don't know what that is.
Yeah, thanks, Tim and Martin. Greater St. Louis, and look, I'm a member first. I want to qualify it. I don't run the organization or anything like that, but it's basically a lot of the businesses are members of the organization. So think of it almost like a chamber of commerce. It's not quite the same thing, but I think in layman's terms, and they do a lot in partnering, frankly, with the public sector, but also trying to bring other business, bring other investment and economic activity to the region and specifically to the city.
So when we see what's going on between Greater St. Louis and the Board of Aldermen, people on the outside looking in go, why can't this get worked out? Why is there an argument years later over what to do with this money? What would you say to those people who are learning of this issue for the first time, reading this article in the Post-Dispatch this morning, Dave?
Yeah, I think first it's a difference in approach. I mean, I think the people involved on both sides, and first I want to qualify the Board of Aldermen. There are a number of board members who proposed legislation, and then another number who support it, in line with what Greater St. Louis has been talking about as well. Again, it's kind of a group coming together to say, hey, here's a way to use these funds, and I think you've got some who have a different perspective, and everybody's trying to do the right thing and trying to improve the city. There was funds coming out of this settlement from the project that we worked on with the Rams that went to the county, went to the state, went to the city, and so, or I should say the RSA, not the state. And this is the city's portion, and it's a difference of, do you invest this kind of once in a generation, maybe once in a lifetime, amount of money to make a real tangible impact on the city, or do you put it in an endowment which spins off, call it $20 or $30 million a year? And again, the question is, the governance around that, how that money's spent, et cetera. I think in this case, governance was laid out as hey, there's There's got to be committees that appropriate, that the Board of Aldermen are involved, the constituents in the market are consulted with. It's invested in disinvested neighborhoods that are defined by the city's economic justice plan. So there's a city economic justice action plan that's been put out there, and so those areas would be defined by that. And so it's a difference of, do you spend the money, in a very visible and transparent way now to get benefits frankly, that I see that add on to NGA, the new soccer park, other investments that have gone on in the region, or do you put it in an endowment and hope to get kind of $20 to $30 million a year, which again would be used and presumably for projects. It's just uncertain and unknown what they would be.
And the city's slice of the NFL settlement was $280 million. To your knowledge, Dave, have they spent any of that, or that nothing has been done with that money yet?
I'm a member of a group, and it's, we've had discussions on an approach to take the majority or lion's share of the funds and what to do with it. I don't know if any of it's been spent. I know, I presume that money has been invested at this time and is earning interest, which is a good thing. And so, that amount of money is growing. But that's the other thing to think about is as you look at this, and this relates to spending now on what is, meaningful, tangible impact, but doing it in a transparent way, or putting it in an endowment is kind of interest rates are declining, and is the yield you get out of an endowment less than maybe what you would have gotten a couple of years ago. The other thing I worry a little bit about on an endowment is size, right? I mean, when you see like in Washington University and St. Louis, some of these universities and organizations have billions of dollars, an endowment creates a real meaningful amount of money. But when it's $200 million, not that $30 million or $20 million, whatever it would be, isn't meaningful. It's a lot of money. But against the context of the kind of projects we need to get the city back to where I think everybody wants to see it, it would just take a long time to get those funds spent in a transparent way for people to see a meaningful impact.
How big of a priority is it for the business community to do something about just general safety and the perception that it's not always safe for people to be downtown?
It's a big one. I mean, it's something that is talked about a lot, and as you've seen, there's been organizations and businesses who are downtown that have moved out of downtown, out of partially due to the safety issue. I think there's hopefully a view that, one, you don't fix these things overnight, although the crime numbers have improved. It's one thing that the data is the data, and the crime numbers have improved, but people still have concern because there's all these kind of random events that occur, and that's what I think has people really, really concerned when they hear about things at Ballpark Village or what have you. It's a huge priority, but I think it's got to be a regional collective along with the public sector on how do you really turn, in this case, the city around relative to the environment. How do you create density? I mean, I was traveling to New York quite a bit for work, and people would ask me here in St. Louis, well, do you feel safe? I feel incredibly safe because there's density, there's people around. So, I think some of this is designed to get rid of the potholes, to improve streets that have been neglected, to invest in housing, invest in those types of things that can generate and support businesses moving into the city. Housing being really important. I mentioned a second ago, it's having people live in the city and feel safe, and having that kind of density actually brings with it safety.
So philosophically, Megan Green's saying that, well, we went to people, they prioritized these 4 items, and then downtown infrastructure, and that's certainly vague, but downtown infrastructure was 5th. And what Jason Hall of Greater St. Louis is saying is, let's not only put downtown first, but then there will be private funds to match. And one of her counters to that, Dave, is, well, I don't know how does that look? What does the plan look like? Who is coming up with this money? What can you say to that?
Yeah, look, I mean, if Jason and others have committed to the money, then you've got private entities, whether they're businesses or individuals, willing to commit that kind of funding. I think number one. Number two, the plan that I know Greater St. Louis put forth is both downtown, but also these other neighborhoods. So North St. Louis, South St. Louis. So it's not all for downtown. There's a large portion for downtown, but it's really to help cover both. And I know there was a survey done, I don't know if it was a couple months ago, that revealed that at least in the survey of city residents, that the proposal put forth by members of the Board of Aldermen and Greater St. Louis and others who support it was favored. So, again, I think people are trying to do the right thing for the city. I think it's a difference in point of view. I think it's a question if people would like to see tangible impact done in a transparent way, aligned with all other city policies, where people can hopefully see the benefits within a 5 to 7 or 8 year window, if that money can be invested properly. Or do you want to see $20 million a year kind of on smaller things over what might take 10 or 15 years to have any kind of a similar impact? So I think that, at least my belief, as someone who has spent enough time down in the city, I've lived in the city for a number of years, worked in the city for 20 years with Anheuser-Busch, I would love to see, along with the private funds that are promised and the money that's going in already in projects like the Brick Line and other things, and NGA, the soccer park, other things that have gone on, Ballpark Village 2, what the O'Laughlins have done, you start putting it all together, and within 10 years, St. Louis looks very different, feels very different, I think could be kind of a thriving city again. And that's what I think people would like to see.
But it just seems like there's so much inertia. Maybe it's every city, maybe it's every city, county, but it just feels like we're always getting in our own way. Is there frustration on your end? I don't know that you have any skin in the game per se, other than you seem to have always wanted downtown to kind of make a comeback. Or what's your frustration level that it seems from the outset that we really struggle to get anything done?
I can relate to that. And frankly, look, at the end of the day, I'd like the city to do well. I've got friends, and my kids have friends that they grew up in North St. Louis. We've got a lot of friends that live in South St. Louis. I mean, the whole city needs to, we need to figure out the right formula to have the whole city kind of win, if you will. Downtown being a key part of that. If you think about what the Rams project was initially, was designed to kind of reinvigorate an area that had been long neglected in the North Riverfront and hopefully bring the kind of density and events and interest downtown. And, we worked hard. A lot of us put a ton of time into it. And, while we didn't prevail on the team, there was always a little bit, and I said it publicly before, I always knew that this would either get a team or we'd get money. And that money would either come from an NFL offer, which never came, or through litigation where we ultimately did get a settlement of over $700 million. So being the case, it would be great to see this benefit both downtown and these disinvested communities. I think it'd be great for the city and ultimately good for the region.
How confident are you that we'll see real positive change within 5 to 10 years?
I actually think if we can align behind a plan like this, and again, I think investing intelligently, transparently, with input into areas that have already been defined as needing it, and into the major economic kind of backbone of the city and region, coupled with the private money that's been committed and the private money that's already going into these areas, I actually get very optimistic. I really do. And while we hear about crime and we hear about people in cities and companies moving out, or I should say companies moving out of the city, that can change. And you see it in places like Cincinnati. You go to Pittsburgh and it's a nice downtown. So these are mid-sized, middle of the country, quote unquote, flyover cities that are getting it right. And I think we can learn from them. Cleveland's another example. So I'm optimistic. We just need to kind of be action-oriented, align, make sure everybody's communicating, and just be committed on not letting politics get in our way, but really let progress be what defines what we do.
A couple observations here as Dave Peacock is our guest on 101 ESPN. Callie and Thompson phone lines. Martin said this, but I want to re-emphasize it. This is altruistic, really, for you. I mean, you've already put yourself out there with the Rams thing 10 years ago, but have been in the private sector, successful for a number of years. This is something that you're just passionate about, and I recall having you on my podcast, and you're talking about thinking about future generations in St. Louis. So I want to emphasize that part for the audience. Secondarily, your optimism. I don't think you're saying that to blow smoke. I oftentimes, but you have to put the optimism in context. I oftentimes say to the audiences, I would buy stock in St. Louis. Now, part of buying stock is when it's priced right. And right now, you can get a real nice price on St. Louis, whereas Nashville, for example, might be a little inflated. But I think that the makings, the ingredients, Dave, are actually there for St. Louis to experience a resurgence, which may sound counterintuitive to the average listener. But that's because there is infrastructure, but there's also an effort behind the scenes to get it going from people who don't necessarily have skin in the game. So that's how I put that context out there. How do you see that viewpoint?
No, I mean, I think it's a lot of people, right? And I think even, look, I'll say this all day. I mean, and people will bemoan politicians, but everyone from President Green to Mayor Jones to, I mean, I believe, right or wrong, I mean, they all could probably be making more money doing something else, or obviously less public scrutiny doing something else. And so I have a lot of respect for people who serve. And so I think that's an important point, because it's so easy to bemoan kind of the political nature. And these are tough decisions, and these are differences in opinion on how best to invest funds to turn the city around, but everybody wants to get the city in a better place, which is good. So, yes, I tend to be an optimist. I look around and see, Detroit is a great story, but it's a great story because it came from one level and has moved up to another. And I also think it's really important to go with a philosophy that you make the right decisions and then you make the decision right, and meaning that things are going to come up. Problems are going to occur. Environment's going to change. Think of a pandemic, certainly changed things for the city and other mid-sized cities. And so you then have to take decisions that were made ahead of that and make them right, and adjust and adapt, and but work together. And I do think the region, believe it or not, is actually working together better than it has in the past. And this is just part of a process in that continuing. So I agree with you. It's a place to bet on. If you're buying stock, you want to buy stock in underappreciated assets, and I think our city is underappreciated. But with a guy who runs a company that's relocated here and has people that are coming in here on a frequent basis, they're blown away by St. Louis. They think it's a great community. They've been downtown. They can't believe Forest Park and how amazing it is. Some of them have stayed the weekend to enjoy the amenities we have, and they're coming from California. They're coming from New York. They're coming from Chicago. They're coming from other places. So we have a lot to offer. We just need to fix the areas that we have gaps, like crime and underinvestment in certain areas, and I think we could see a different future.
Dave, when we talked recently, I asked if you had any NFL PTSD. It always goes back to the Rams money, the relocation, but I think people would be surprised. I told Tim this the other day. I think, didn't you say you've even seen Demoff? You didn't punch him. Where are you in your NFL PTSD?
Yeah, I don't have any. I mean, honestly, you go into a process like that, understanding it's a business transaction. We followed what we were told from both the league and then ultimately the committee when the league started getting a little squirrely on us in the fall of, I think it was 15. The committee kept saying, keep going, you're doing the right things. I get congratulatory calls and emails after we got the Board of Legislation to pass funding, which was pretty late in the game. And then it went the other way. And no one was probably more frustrated after putting 2+ years into this thing than I was, but went right on the soccer. And then we lost the public vote. But thank God for the Taylor family and the Kavanaughs and others who stepped up. And now I just went to an event there Monday, which was great. It would not have happened and would not have had, over 10 or 12,000, whatever it was, people downtown, but for that entity being there. And look, as it relates to football, I still watch a lot of NFL football. My son's a big fantasy fan, so I support the players he supports. I watch Rams football. Kyron Williams is a great kid and has had a great career thus far for a guy who was underdrafted. So it's fun to kind of watch him as a St. Louis kid do well in the NFL.
St. Louis have any hope, any prayer at all of ever getting another NFL team?
Yeah, I mean, I'm honest and pragmatic. So you hear me optimist, but I'm also pretty honest when I feel like I doubt it, only because my sense is that the league is looking at larger cities and looking internationally, and with us being kind of a below 20, size city, depending on how you want to measure us, we're probably not a priority for them. Not to say that someone wouldn't buy a team down the road and want to move it here and go through that kind of process, although, the lawsuit probably makes it more difficult because it's expensive to do. But I think we got a lot, right? I mean, we focus on what we don't have a lot. I remember when TWA was here and we were a hub, I remember when we had an NFL team, we don't have those things, but we have a lot of flights I can get almost anywhere I need to. We've got great UFL. We've got, great college football experience regionally. We've got SLU basketball, which is exciting. I got to meet the coach last Friday night. We've got, soccer, on fire here. We've got hockey. We've got, baseball. We've got all these things. I think the more people see what we have versus, focusing on what we don't have, I think we actually have a lot going for us.
Dave Peacock, really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you so much for taking time out of your morning, especially on short notice, to join us and give us some added context on the story in the Post-Dispatch and also some further thoughts on the state of the region and its future. Great to hear your optimism. Dave, thanks so much for the time this morning.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, that's Dave Peacock with us on the Callier and Thompson phone line. I enjoyed the hell out of that conversation. Thanks for making that happen, Martin.
Yeah, that was a surprise, but not in the surprise guest.
That's right, not in the Cal May family, Gary Kornfeld family.
Yeah, because we have nonsense and then we have necessary. Right. And although this was more meat, I did think early on he shunned Doug because Doug went to Kirkwood and Dave went to Webster.
I noticed that.
Oh, yeah.
I noticed that.
Big
I wonder
Webster,
if there was something there.
That feud goes way back.
Frisco Bell. No, I appreciate Dave's efforts for our town, and it does remind me, Nick Ragone was the guy who brought the Ascension Charity Classic to town. He's from New York, and I talked to him a number of times. He said, St. Louis is fine. He said, look around. There's good things going on. He said, but all you guys do is talk about, we used to have Southwestern Bell. We used to have the Rams. He said, stop talking about what you used to have. And he said, focus on what is happening, whether it's at the Cortex or whether it's the city, the soccer, and the things that are happening that Dave pointed to. If you want to move forward, I believe Spags would tell the city, you got to focus on some of that. Now, there's still a ton of hurdles. Crime's number one. I think the whole state police thing is the next big domino to fall. But I appreciate a guy like Dave having a passion for downtown. I mean, he could live in Hawaii if he wanted to and just say, who gives a damn, but he's trying.
Those are the guys who get things done.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Somebody who kind of doesn't need it, for lack of a better term. And I really enjoyed that conversation. I would recommend going back and podcasting it if you were to miss anything. That's the Schaefer Door Company, TMA STL app, also sponsor of the 101 ESPN app. Martin, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 10:45. You won't be able to hear Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach's competition at 10:45 because you got a thing, but Design Air makes it possible.
We like companies that stick around in St. Louis. That's sort of our theme right now. We're talking about, how about a fourth-generation St. Louis business? That's Seth Goldcamp, his family. They have served over tens of thousands of folks. We're talking about your HVAC, your heating, your cooling, making sure comfortable year-round, and you want to do that with the folks at Design Air, longest-running TMA supporter. They asked. It says in my notes here, please whisper that.
Really?
Longest-running TMA supporter. That way people won't really notice.
Right.
Okay. Best known for their honesty, going above and beyond. They don't upsell. So when you call to have your furnace replaced or repaired, you just need an honest answer. Does it need to be replaced? Does it need to be repaired? That's what you're going to get with the Design Air employees who are trained not to upsell. Oftentimes, it's just the opposite. They do take that reputation seriously. Website, easy to navigate, easy to get an online appointment set up. Schedule your appointment at designair.com. For all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling, a company that's been around St. Louis for generation after generation, meaning they're here long term. So if you have any issues, you call them right back. And when they're there, they won't upsell. It's our friends at Design Air.
Sponsor of the email today, coming your way at 10:45. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels. It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin Kilcoyne had a thing at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, well, he's had a thing every day for like 3 weeks now.
You're starting to get suspicious.
Yeah, like maybe it's going to be every day. Well,
Chairman Kurt's not here. Maybe he has a thing.
Do they have a thing together?
Oh.
Currently, like for the next 40 seconds. But
he mans the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Dave Peacock with us in the previous segment. You enjoyed that conversation?
Sure.
Yeah, I really did.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the hell out of that.
Yeah.
Recommend going back and podcasting if you missed it. Jamie Rivers, Robert Thomas, Jeremy Rutherford with us on the program. And your emails for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45. Jackson, you deep tease this Joey Galloway. And I pick up reads on you when you really like a piece of audio. And this one, and I don't know what it is because I was at the Blues game. I imagine this comes from the College Football Playoff Ranking show.
Yeah.
And Joey Galloway all worked up. I can't wait to hear what we got here.
This is a segment I'm calling When Takes Go Sideways.
When Takes Go Sideways, which is different from Who's Grifting.
Way different. Yeah, here you go.
All right, hit the lever, please, Pale.
They can't go any higher. They are behind a one-loss team. They have a chance to go on the road and prove what they are. Now, honestly, if we believe in what our metrics are saying, if I'm Indiana, I don't know if I'm playing Rourke against Ohio State. We've seen what happened to Florida State last year, Jordan Travis. What could keep Indiana out of this? Getting their quarterback hurt. We've seen it happen to Florida State last year, having not played anybody. Or losing by 30. If you look at 3, 4, and 5, Texas, Penn State, and Indiana, they literally have played nobody between all three teams. The toughest team in that is Vandy. So a lot of this that we're looking at is eye test.
Okay. So he's saying Indiana should not play its starting quarterback against Ohio State for fear he might get hurt.
Yes.
And by him being injured, they might get left out of the playoffs.
Correct.
I see.
When takes go sideways.
Okay. That's when takes go sideways, but that was not a grift.
No.
That was just a take.
I think it's a part of like the conversation of how wild college football discussion has gotten with the 12-team playoff. Like, it's like warring factions.
Well, you flat out had Danny Cannell from the clip that we played in the 8 o'clock hour accusing Greg McElroy of being part of an SEC/ESPN conspiracy when he saw Illinois ranked 25th and said, oh, they're just trying to boost Penn State's ranking by putting Illinois in the top 25, and then Missouri pops up at 23, and he didn't say anything. So you're accusing people of being in the bag and going on these shows to help advance agendas for specifically, really, either you're in the Big Ten or you're in the SEC pocket. Take your pick.
Joey Galloway wasn't done. He doubled down on that take.
More. Okay.
Now, look, I knew you guys blew it off, but if I'm Indiana, I am protecting my quarterback. You can't do that. Why can you not do that?
You can't do it.
Why?
That's a culture killer. That's a culture.
Because what?
That's a culture killer.
That plus, if you did you hear Reese a second ago say they've lost more games than anybody? They have a chance to get in the playoff, and it looks like they're getting in. The only argument, and we said the same thing last year, Jordan Travis got hurt for Florida State. They didn't get in. If I'm Indiana, say what you want, I'm protecting my quarterback.
But if you're Indiana, you can't go out and lose by 30 points. If they don't play him,
I am. You
can't do that.
Hey, look, be serious. Hey, look, because look at me, Reese.
You can't do that, George.
They're Indiana. They got a chance. They should try to beat Ohio State. I agree. Win the game. I agree. At some point,
Jordan Travis got hurt against North Alabama, and just because Ohio State's good, like, I mean, he's got a chance to get hurt walking down the street.
Does.
Like,
I would protect him now till we get a playoff.
That's enough.
They said that's enough. How do you look the other players in the eye if you're the coach and says, sorry, the quarterback's not playing because we don't want him to get hurt?
One of the more ridiculous things I've ever heard.
Yeah.
So one big observation from the rankings, which if I were an Indiana fan, or if you would consider yourself in the Big Ten camp, I would take note of. And that is the following, Doug. BYU loses, kind of a bad beat loss, but they had been flirting with death like Miami, to Kansas. And they lose to Kansas at home. And they drop 8 spots. 8 spots. In other words, it's like, okay, they gave us a reason. Let's bury them now. Meanwhile, who was the biggest mover in the top 10 this past week? Anybody? Nurse?
Army and, top 10? Alabama.
That's correct. And do you know who Alabama beat this past weekend?
Mercer.
Thoughts? Concerns? We're setting her on up. We're setting her on up. That's the thing about, I love college football. I love college football. As far as when my team is not in it, and that more often than not is the case, I can't get enough of it. However, it's asinine. And it is money driven. And it's like if you want to have a good faith conversation about politics and then you catch yourself and you go, you know what? It's BS. I'm looking at, you get the teams you want in there for the television networks, and BYU in one of them, and Indiana in one of them, unless it's a great story. And so help me, if Indiana loses by 21 points or more, watch what happens to Indiana and their ranking. It's being set up because I'm telling you right now, this is my projection, because there's really only one big game left in the SEC, and that's A&M and Texas, all due respect to the Hail State game this weekend. Tennessee and Indiana are the two that I think are going to be warring factions. Now, Texas A&M could make things interesting if they were to beat Texas at Kyle Field, and I think that is super live to
Under
happen.
the lights.
Under the lights at Kyle Field, that'll be quite a scene. But keep an eye on what happens to Indiana and getting into the college football playoff, as opposed to one of, take your pick of. I think Georgia's going to be in unless they somehow lose to Georgia Tech. I think Ole Miss is going to be in unless they somehow blow it against Mississippi State. And who do they have to say? Florida. Florida's live. But it's the Tennessee, Texas A&M, Indiana spot. And I'm just telling you, when I see BYU drop that much, I go, oh, boy.
Yep.
Here we go. And on the other side of it, Alabama. Man, who did Alabama beat to go up 3 spots? Mercer. Here we go.
Little school there in Macon, Georgia, I believe.
They were 9-1, in fairness to Mercer.
Shout out to Mercer.
Okay.
Oh, you just gave a shout?
Yeah, well, respect.
Thank you very much. Brian Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program here on 101 ESPN. Ed Herman in studio with us yesterday. Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com, or you can call them at 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen. We've gotten to know them here since about a year and change that they have been the presenting sponsor of TMA, and just really like Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, and Andy Crouppen, and enjoy when they come in on Tuesdays and talk it over with us. If you were in a spot where you needed Brown and Crouppen services, it's pretty significant. Wouldn't you want somebody who is a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and the outs of your case and the local environment? Well, that's where Brown and Crouppen comes into play. They are local. They were founded in St. Louis in 1979. They're 44 years old. Brown and Crouppen's a part of our community. They value our community. You're going to get great service and great results with kind, smart, aggressive counsel. That is Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com, or call 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. It is 1021 in St. Louis. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 1045. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, I was delighted with the clock management.
You were.
And then we lost it.
Yeah, well.
It's kind of like had a no-hitter going through 7 and then just gave up like 9 runs in the 8th.
Well, what happens sometimes when you have a surprise guest?
Yeah, that's what we had with
breaking news.
Yeah,
it felt like breaking news.
I would go back and podcast a lot of these segments today. Schaefer Door Company and TMA STL apps, both Schaefer Door Company sponsor the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Dave Peacock, Robert Thomas, Jeremy Rutherford, and Jamie Rivers, guests on the program, along with all kinds of dialogue. Jackson, I think he delivered with the Cleveland Browns audio that Chairman Kurt cut on Quick, Fast, in a Hurry. So we have a quick segment here. Apologies for that, but we had a bunch of longer segments earlier, so we got to play catch-up. That's the game. Full transparency. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, my insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net, and he's also online with us right now. Morning, James.
Good morning, Tim. How you doing?
I am wonderful, sir, and I appreciated your text when we were having the St. Louis area discussion regarding all of the Chiefs gear in the various stores throughout the area.
Yeah, well, we know how much Clark Hunt cares about this side of the state. I mean, it's the Missouri Chiefs, after all. And all this gear that I see in Target and Schnucks and so forth, I think if he just takes a small portion of those proceeds and puts it into Greater St. Louis Inc. or gives them to the alderwoman down there in the St. Louis City area, we can really have some better street lights and fix those potholes and all those things they want to accomplish. So I think Clark Hunt is the ticket.
All right, 2 birds, 1 stone there. Things are happening. You can get your Chiefs gear, and then the money goes back into St. Louis. I like this.
And then you can go to carltoninsurance.net to save on your home, auto, or life insurance, so you can buy more of that Chiefs gear. I mean, it's just an ecosystem here. So if anybody out there is listening and needs to save money on their auto insurance, their life insurance, their home insurance, carltoninsurance.net, or call or text 314-961-4800.
Ween Wednesday, it's a sick one, too. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganest, St. Louis Acura, Munganest, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. What a program today. Jackson at 8:53 this morning, standing in front of the fires of hell when it came to criticism. You proclaimed this your most well-produced show yet.
That was probably not what I meant to say. I've done like the most work for this one. Or really? Not real. I don't, why am I even talking?
You are busy back there. You're busy in your little spot.
There's a lot to do.
You're looking, turning to different monitors. You've got, 5 monitors in front of you? And at least 200 buttons right there at your pleasure. A laptop has now entered. You got everything going right there.
And then, just moments ago, I said, hey, with all that you've prepared, and he did. He prepared a smorgasbord of a dossier. He did. But we had a surprise guest with Dave Peacock. We had some surprise developments with the program, with the article in the Post-Dispatch, and Jeremy Rutherford having the Blues sweater reveal. All of those things for the Winter Classic. Jackson didn't get to go to what Doug was confused by when you told him about in the commercial break, and that is...
well, I have that, but I actually think I've stumbled on something that we haven't touched on that we should.
What?
I mean, I don't want to step on Tim's tees there. But
Doug, have you ever seen anybody step on a tease like that?
No, boy, you sure did. Stomped on his foot.
Well, I do want to get into that, but I want to get into. I feel like this is like a
breaking news.
Well, yesterday we found AJ McKernan and the Battlehawks no longer. That union is split.
Right.
And AJ McKernan wasn't happy with the way it kind of went down.
Oh, really? All right, here we go, Doug.
Yeah, he sent. This was in. I wish Martin was here. I read about it on Fox 2 yesterday. Looking through what I saw yesterday with Battlehawks criticizes the team's handling of the release. I'm not in the business, I'm not in the business to help you out either. If I know you trade me, you're going to get at least 2 good players in their team, and I don't want to hurt my new team. I was not called, I was not warned, and was not given an opportunity to put out a post with the team like I was told I was going to be. Mm-hmm. And then he says, if there is any way possible, I want to come back with a vengeance, and I want to face them twice. I want to go to somebody that faces them twice a year and put it on them.
Hey, come on.
Doug. Gosh. He was just in the hallway here a month or 2 ago.
He was. It doesn't seem like he was here long enough to have such bitter feelings about it.
Well, we heard him on the podcast talking about the kick 6. He'll let it rip.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you, and this is, of course, all due respect to the Battlehawks, I think more people around the country remember the kick 6.
Would agree.
Mm-hmm. Not to be a controversial take, Smith.
Well, you're a little Smitty.
I like his quote here. My phone must not work anymore to let me know when this was actually going down.
Oh.
So is he saying he didn't know that he was going to be let go? Is that what his contention is?
During his appearance on the podcast, McKernan shared that he had a feeling that the team would part ways with him, but tension built due to the team owning his player rights. He said that the Battlehawks mentioned in a conversation that they were looking to trade his rights to another team, but McKernan wasn't interested in doing business with the team.
Huh. Wow. So who's going to be our next signal caller? Brady Cook?
Yep, Brady Cook, Cody Schrader, get the band back together.
That's what it's going to be.
That would be fun.
I'm on Team McKernan here. I'm a vengeful person. So,
are you?
Yeah. I hope.
Who do you have vengeance with, Chairman Kurt?
We can talk.
Wow. Doug, it sounds like that's an offline. Watch this. We'll take this conversation offline. You like that? You like
no, I don't like it.
I've already had a couple people reach out to me that I haven't spoken to in a while that I don't think had any idea about the old show. Mm-hmm. But now you can tell that the reach is getting a little wider because I don't know who's listening, so we can talk when the mics aren't on.
Doug, he just said we'll take this conversation offline.
Because some of these people you have a real beef with.
There's a few out there. I kind of got a little Portnoy in me. I get bottles of champagne, and I engrave them with the names of my enemies and people who have wronged me.
How many bottles of champagne you got, bro?
I think I've got 3 right now.
3 bottles of champagne? Boy, I don't even know who you would have.
Your enemy's list is 3
You strike me as a lover, not a fighter, Chairman.
For the most part, but if you do me wrong...
You're coming.
Yeah.
How about this?
Gosh, and we get no hint as to who's done you wrong?
I will tell you exactly who it is during the break.
Okay. Oh, that's a tease.
None of us, I hope.
No, you're good.
Okay. What about Jackson not recognizing your Cleveland Browns audio?
No,
Is there a bottle of champagne for
I wish
him?
I never scrolled past that link.
My allegiance is to you with the alliance we have.
That is a hell of an alliance, Doug.
But I am very pro-Jackson.
Thank you, Kurt.
Okay.
I think Martin's starting to question it. That's what my read is.
Who's Cousin John? I should ask him.
Cousin John, a longtime observer of the program, going back to the Morning Grind era, 2004, 2006.
Got it. So it's not like his cousin, or maybe
it
it is.
is his cousin.
Okay.
No, it is his cousin.
Okay, I didn't know if that was
isn't
like
like
Cousin
an
Shane.
SEC podcast where everybody's a cousin.
Right, or in The Bear.
That's correct. Nicely done. Doug, you follow any of this?
Not
You
really.
watch The Bear?
No.
Yeah, I don't know if you like it that much.
Well, no. I don't have the time that you guys have to watch TV. I should.
Because you're back on Channel 4.
I'm not back at Channel 4.
I'll tell you what, that Christmas episode was some of the toughest viewing I've ever tried to sit through.
How about that, Doug?
What happened?
The Christmas
It's just
episode.
tense. Like you're just a ball of nerves and just, it's
Yeah, but
tough.
it's great Bernthal.
Worsonwood's Wacko is not happy. He has sent this in 4 times. Are you effing kidding me? People only remember the 2-point attempt in the quote-unquote playoffs where they ran a pass to McKernan with one healthy leg. It's from the Worsonwood's Wacko.
Who's he complaining about? McKernan?
No, he's complaining that you think the kick six was bigger than that moment.
Oh, well, that's a bad take on his part.
You think so?
Yeah. Well, he sent it in 4 times.
Oh, so he really meant it.
Little Beer Cat says, I was cut from that IQ test showdown. A bottle of champagne might have my name on it. That's from Little Beer Cats.
Nah, you're good, LBC. These are bigger than you, sir.
Hey, Chairman, you did me wrong yesterday with the tickets. I messaged the correct answer about a second after it flew out of No Action's mouth and nada. So figure out the vengeance coming towards you. That's from FedEx Brian, and he's coming for you now, Chairman.
You can get a taste, Brian. Tim saw the text box. It was Mrs. Janie Shanahan.
Yeah,
and
I
it
was
wasn't
surprised
even,
it wasn't just a phone number.
It wasn't even close.
This is the oddest dynamic where these people who don't see the text line are adamant that they were first because they sent it in quickly. Like if you sent it in really quickly, chances are someone else also sent it in really quickly.
Your boy Kai was all bent out of shape
I know,
about
he
it yesterday,
texted me.
too.
He texted me. I was like,
He wanted
from
those tickets.
I was like, come on, you're better.
Isn't he moneyed because of his fiance's job?
Well, he's certainly, yeah. He's
Well
surviving,
healed.
I guess.
Shut up, you little communist! That's from the Worsonwood's Wacko right
It
back
gets
at
funnier
you, Jason.
every single time. That's what's so good about it. No, that's what's good about it. Is it gets funnier every time.
Battlehawk should have just made McKernan vice president of special projects if he wanted the proper send-off. The new quarterback should be that Santa who chugs Rumpelmans outside the warehouse and waves at you whilst you're on the Polar Express. It's from Alan Dadeville. I got to be honest with you, Doug. Last night, we're leaving Enterprise Center midway through the second period with the screaming 2-year-old. And as I'm heading westbound toward Union Station, I see the signage for the Polar Express, and I know it's on my dossier in the next month.
You have to do this.
Well, you make it sound like it's something that I have to do.
Well, it sounds like it's something you don't want to do.
Get to do.
Thank you, Jackson.
It's magical, is it not?
I've never done it.
I think you would enjoy the Santa on the burned out building more than anybody.
Is the highlight the hot chocolate, or is it?
I enjoy the hot chocolate. I only have hot chocolate once a year, and it is on the Polar Express. And I'm sipping it as I look out to the east toward the old man, the old miss, deep river. And then you see the Santa on the burned out building waving to you.
That's the best location they could find for him? They couldn't dress something up and make it look like he was coming down a chimney or something? He's in a burned out old warehouse building?
You've never been to the North Pole, so maybe that's what the North Pole looks like.
Think about that, Doug, because right now you sound like an ass.
I haven't asked for thinking the North
You're a South Pole guy.
might be filled with empty, vacant buildings.
Worsonwood's Wacko has a new ally. These 101 listeners are starting to pick up on it. Love that Worsonwood's Wacko. He hits Jackson where it hurts. Well done, WWW. That's from the 314.
Okay.
Jackson's going to put that guy on a champagne bottle. Send your emails in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email that in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues lose last night. Off tonight, back in action tomorrow evening as they take on the San Jose Sharks. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Mungan, sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour here on TMA. Jackson, I do think you put together a wonderful program today.
Thank you.
Oh, and he just doffed his cap.
He sure did.
Well, that was very nice, and
Why
so
did
I
you
like to
change
doff.
hats? You went to a baseball hat.
Good question,
from your
Doug.
stocking cap.
It's a good
Very observant.
It's a good question. You might actually be able to sympathize with this. As thinner hair, I'm not talking about like thinning, but
Doug
like
doesn't have thinner hair. He's got the thickest hair in the building.
when I say like fine hair, like it's not necessarily, it's not thick.
Thin follicles.
Right. And you wear a skull cap, a beanie, whatever you want to call it. Your hair will not be fixed until you take a shower.
Right. You got to shampoo and start all over.
Exactly. So when it gets warm in here and I no longer need, I'm going to call it a scully. I no longer need the scully, but I still want to wear a cap, obviously, because my hair looks ridiculous. So I brought it back up. This is my day cap.
And you were so cold in the
Day cap.
studio?
So that means you have a nightcap.
Nightcaps turn to day caps, turn to night holes.
Oh.
Nice. Liked it.
You don't really need that skull cap because of the cold temperature in here, do you?
Not in here, in the great outdoors.
How long were you outdoors? You got in your car, you drove here, you walked in the building?
Yeah, total about 40 seconds.
Oh.
Nice.
But, you know, I like wearing a skull cap. It's comfy.
This guy's a woodsman.
Right, I guess.
I like it's a comfy hat.
All right.
But it was getting a little hot on my head, so
I understand.
switched it up.
I like this new cap Chairman Kurt brought in from the TMA STL shop, TMASTLshop.com.
All three of those hats you've worn have looked really good on you.
Did you get a special order for the concave side? Because, Doug, if you notice, I can press in on the left side here, but I can't press in on the right side, and that's because there's this, like a piece of my skull was taken out when I went through the birth canal.
Is that right?
Should we make caps that are
lopsided
Tim,
head?
Yeah, in honor of Tim. It's
like some people wear a 7 1/8, some wear a 7 1/4, and then some get a Tim model.
Pirates will stay away from those ones.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to touch that. Yeah, alien.
Pirates.
That's right. They're dangerous. Yeah, you can get your TMA hoodies and TMA caps at TMASTLshop.com. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way. What are the standings here, Jackson? I mean, Doug, we only have 6 more Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day for the month of November. You can be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month and go to TMASTL.com to sign up. Milagro Tequila, sponsor of the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month, and whoever wins in November will be eligible to be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, which Chairman Kurt actually was in 2022.
You sure were.
Yeah, that's kind of what got me started here.
That's what got him going. How about that, Doug? Chairman Stephen Wildwood won last year. I mean, part of me thinks it's Buck Swope's time.
Where does that rank among your lifetime accomplishments to be Listener of the Year?
I don't know that it says a whole lot for what I've accomplished, but it's at the top 2, top 3.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Just for listening.
Listening, creating content, and just now getting to sit next to you every day.
Oh, okay.
I thought your Instagram post 2 days ago was award worthy.
We were talking about that yesterday. You know, the hot sports.
Doug, did you see that?
I did see it. Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it.
I had a feeling you might have liked that one.
It gets got about 3 times the average views of just our Blues, Mizzou discussion, things of that nature.
Jackson, that came at your expense. Thoughts, concerns?
Yeah, it's tough. It's part of the gig. Sometimes you got to wear it, although I'm wearing simply voting blue, I guess. I didn't really know that was that controversial.
Did we ever figure out who the Melania lookalike was in that video?
No. Did you know who that was, Doug?
I did not.
I didn't either. Did you know who that was, Jackson?
I really did look like Melania. But
That's what I thought.
That would be a little odd.
I feel like that we'd be burying the lead. Munganast sponsored the 10 o'clock hour. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast, and they are wonderful people. Just sent my sister to go working with them last month. My mother-in-law got a car from there a few months ago. It's where I get my cars, where I recommend you get your cars as well. Recommend it to my family. StLouisAcura.com and AltonToyota.com. They are accessible. And I think for those of you who are one-on-one listeners and becoming familiar with the program, if we are going to endorse an individual on this show, we're not just saying it because they bought advertising. We know them, and we know Jamie Burkhardt, and we know Peter Mungenast, and we know Ryan Seiberg, and that's why we can vouch for them and know that they're going to take care of you, so much so that they make themselves accessible by setting up a phone number specifically for TMA listeners. That number is 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029. And then you get to talk to them. And any questions or requests you may have, you're going right to the people in charge. That's Mungenast St. Louis Acura, Mungenast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. We'll take a commercial break and then come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. CMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you, BK and Ferrario coming up. Missed anything? Podcast like the Dickens, or go back and watch it on YouTube.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Jamie Rivers, Robert Thomas, and Jeremy Rutherford, along with Dave Peacock. And I enjoyed all the conversations, for that matter. I don't know if I can get some odds on Jim Montgomery. If anybody wants to give them out. And I let you buy out of bets. I let Jackson buy out of the bet. I'd like to think I'm fair.
Glad I did, too.
Well, I'm glad, hey, you put that out there. I had a fiduciary responsibility to my family if you're handing out money.
BYU folded like a cheap tent.
against your nemesis, Rock Chalk.
I know. It's even, boy, adding insult to injury.
They got a chance to pick off Dion, too, don't they?
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
No.
I kind of want to see Dion in the 4 seed.
I do too, but
for entertainment.
I kind of also like Arizona State. Like I like
Kenny Dillingham,
I like Kenny
34 years old.
I love that. I love Arizona State's uniforms. I think they are awesome.
Dion says he's put down his kickstand.
You like that term?
Yeah.
You like that term?
I don't mind it.
I had a feeling you might not like it.
Mizzou and Colorado are getting together soon, yeah? A couple of years?
Yeah, that is correct.
I want to see the press conferences with Dion and Drink.
Both got to be around.
You said BYU has Colorado. I don't see it that on
Kansas.
Kansas has Colorado.
Okay.
Yes, but they could be meeting in the Big 12 Championship. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Chairman Kurt, have you had a chance to...
Yeah, they're filtered.
They're filtered.
Okay.
Because I see that Jimmy Stronglegs is leading us off.
Keep it clean.
I thought I asked you to pick up Miracle Whip, I told Zane as I finished slurping up the chunky mayo from the wild snake that likes to poke out of his umbros every few hours.
I don't like how it's starting.
While it doesn't have that tangy zip, it certainly pairs well with the brown snake that's being pumped out of that yearning colon. Break me off a clump of that dump. Think about it, Doug.
Right,
that's from Jimmy Stronglegs.
Like I said, Doug, I filtered them.
We had Dave Peacock on an hour ago.
Now we're going to do that. Who said that?
Jimmy Stronglegs.
Jimmy Stronglegs. He's new.
To whomever may take over the studio where TMA once sat, they slapped me on these walls with the same care as the infamous Jenny Finch poster, crooked, bubbling, and destined for disappointment. I was supposed to be the backdrop for their hyper-local internet podcast about topics that wouldn't appeal to just the 8 burners of TMA Kiss-Ass #1 waiting to comment in the YouTube chat. Spoiler alert, it was mostly gripes about Steak and Shake's poor customer service and which side of the Mississippi has the best pork steak seasoning. They couldn't even cut me right, leaving a jagged, hand-torn hole where the doorknob punched through with the finesse of a protruding rectum and a scat scene gone wrong.
Oh, detailed. Oh,
vivid.
Yeah.
Wrinkled, dingy, and barely holding on, like all the contestants that signed up to be featured in your St. Louis's Most Attractive People segment. God almighty. For 6 months, I soaked in every gripe about how Ballpark Village is a money pit and how the Battlehawks and Scott Gallagher Youth Soccer Clubs will shoulder the burden of our minor league city's financial woes. When they weren't lamenting yet another closed Kings Highway lane, they argued over the best Tom movie post Y2K and why Grint guys wear sweatpants year-round. And then they got promoted. Big studio down the hall with real wallpaper, microphones that didn't pop every F sound, and another host that came back after leaving twice before. They left me here, forgotten, like a mid-construction detour sign on I-64. I may be appealing now, but at least I'm still here. Unlike their bull-cut-having Reddit superfans, I am the blue wallpaper, and I ain't never leaving this hellhole you once called home. With hate, I am blue wallpaper.
Wow. Blue wallpaper.
That's from the wallpaper from the old studio, writing into the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Anamorphosized?
That's a big word.
Okay.
Happy Hump Day, lads. Drew Bannister's FCI is lower than Chairman Kurt in the bushes at Martin's house. Monty is the guy to come in and get this team hot at the right time, and we might just win this baby. Safety is clearly the #1 priority for anyone heading downtown for entertainment. People want to feel safer than the Griswolds getting directions back to the highway. I believe the downtown area will rise from the ashes when we finally get the reunion show of Dougie's Barbershop Quartet, Macro Dongs, to headline a benefit show on the landing. A small side stage will be set up for Jackie Blue and the chairman to open up a kissing booth for all the billet dads. $1 for a kiss, $5 for a tongue kiss, $100 take the chairman home to bartend in only a tuxedo T-shirt. Doug, that comes from my cousin Vinny.
Sure it does. My cousin Vinny.
It's not surprising that Martin's new mantra is learn the lesson, leave the event. That's probably why he bails on the show every day like a parent with a cranky toddler, hastily leaving a Blues hockey game in the middle of the second period. Speaking of the Blues, it was nice to see Tomer return from injury last night, although I'm quite certain Doug would never miss any time if he ever got hurt. No. I remember when the rugged Mr. Vaughn tore both of his hamstrings clean off the bone.
Yes.
And even though doctors said he needed surgery, the hamstrings miraculously healed on their own after Doug mentally forced his body to fix itself. Mm-hmm. We all admire your toughness, sir. I hate to bring up a sore subject, but the pale one's face was completely washed out by sunshine again yesterday. Oh. This time he was wearing a white shirt, so it looked like a low-budget CGI hat without a head magically floating around the room. The problem is only going to get worse as the White Walker becomes more translucent this winter. TMA needs to secure a tanning salon as a sponsor ASAP before we can see completely through Casper's skin. Perhaps Megan Green could use some Ram settlement money to help you guys purchase curtains so he doesn't have to stare directly into the sun anymore. Doug, that's the JV golf coach.
Wow. JV golf coach.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. The Blues welcomed Robert Thomas back to the ice last night, but it wasn't enough to keep Tim's 2-year-old entertained as his family had to bail in the second period of the Blues' 4-2 loss to the Wild. Danny Cannell and his coked-up podcast co-host are banty about ball-bound Mizzou being ranked 23rd in the college football playoff rankings. They're banty in Cleveland about the Browns sitch, but Libby Jack forgot to cut the audio. But I think the lead is that the Harvard-educated, know-it-all ball writer who defended his take that the 83-win 2006 Cardinals were not a good team all the way through the World Series parade apparently has trolled the baseball world by giving Ali Marmol a third-place vote for NL Manager of the Year, despite the Cardinals finishing well out of wild card contention after winning, that's right, 83 games. Boy, Buck Swope with the irony. Mm-hmm. I know a lot about politicians bickering over how to spend public dollars that have already been mismanaged, and it's great. How's St. Louis's fragmented regional leadership? Are we going to bring that back? How about that whole deal? Sure, we need to address the crime problem before we can draw in new private development from outside parties who might threaten the status quo leadership structure, but that's never going to happen as long as everyone in office is hyper-focused on their own personal grifting. Instead, we should embrace the plan to revitalize downtown recently floated by a former mayoral candidate who suggested we repaint all the vacant buildings with pastel colors, open an indoor water park for the Hoosiers and Poors to bathe in, and demolish the minor league football dome. Now, how that will happen, we haven't quite worked out, but I do believe in it. Doug, that's Buck Swope.
Buck Swope with a nice little email this morning.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
Well, some were quite vile, and Buck Swope was not, so I'm going to vote for Buck Swope.
Chairman Kurt.
Blue wallpaper.
Jackson Burkett.
It's blue wallpaper.
Blue wallpaper is on the board.
Congratulations.
Big win for Blue Wallpaper. Design Air is the sponsor of the email today, online at designair.com. Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation. I'm a client. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. Why don't you become a client as well? It's cold out there now. The wind's coming in out of the north, and it's going to be windy and cold the next few days. Make sure your heater is working properly with Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. That's Seth Goldcamp and his incredible team at designair.com. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.